Gwinnett, you'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los until 10 on Stripper Thursday. Glad that you're here. It's going to be cloudy. It's going to be cold. But we're going to keep you all warm inside with good information, good discussion here on the show.
This gets to be the fun one, especially in the opening hour of Stripper Thursday. Then, as we get into the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to have to button things up.
Yeah.
Because we have big things afoot. And I love, origin stories are always cool. I love the idea of being able to talk about this radio station and how it began. And it was an idea at a tabletop bar across the street at Sports and Social. And it grew in what it grew into until, as of yesterday, we're now being contacted by the administration, by the White House. Please tell the story, because this is fascinating.
It was crazy.
It's awesome.
Freaking crazy. So we get a message here at the office, and it's the U.S. Department of Transportation's comms.
So at this point, we go, what have we done?
Yeah, it was like,
what did we do? I'm like, Jure, is there something you need to tell me? Because I didn't do anything.
It's going really, really fast to get here.
and Tug, I'm thinking, is Tug doing something that he's not supposed to?
I'm a counter operative. Don't tell anybody. So get this message, call back to the U.S. Department of Transportation, speak to the comms lady there. She's very kind, but as she answers the phone, I can tell that she's engaged in something else.
Distracted a bit.
Distracted is the perfect word. And she said, Tug, thank you so much for taking the time to call back. Can I call you in 20 minutes? They're making the announcement in the Oval Office right now. I want to watch it come down.
What announcement are you speaking of?
And that was the announcement that they were rolling back the crazy standards of the previous administration. The Freedom Means Affordable Cars Act is now intact, and the Joe Biden 50 miles per gallon that was going to be mandated for combustion engines in 2 years' time from now is gone, because it was nothing more than a scam to get rid of the oil industry, to completely change the automobile industry and force you to buy an EV. That EV mandate was in there. That's been rolled back. It all happened yesterday at the White House.
To go along with that, you have the CEO of Ford who gets up in the Oval Office and starts explaining how this is going to be beneficiary for consumers, because you're going to be able to roll back so much of these standards, that manufacturing with an additional investment coming from Ford is going to continue to grow in this country. We talked about the importance of manufacturing jobs and making things here. They talked about the tax deduction,
which is gigantic.
If we're able to take the deduction that when it comes to paying interest on your home, that's tax deductible every single year. Well, why isn't it that way on your automobile, your car? That is now going to be part of this particular piece of legislation and what's being moved around here. So to get a call from the White House, essentially, to tell us, here's what's happening, we want to make sure and promote it with your audience and talk to your audience. This is the little engine that
It was cool, man.
It's really cool.
When she said, can I call you right back? They're making the announcement in the Oval Office right now. I was like, yes, ma'am, of course. I watched the whole announcement as you did and everybody did. And then, sure enough, as soon as it's over, bang, she calls me back. We want to have Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury on with y'all tomorrow. Wants to speak directly to your audience about how good this is.
So this is going to be the energy show.
That's right.
We're going to, again, credit to this audience. This is the influence that is now been felt, where Washington has even made it a point. Hey, if you want to talk to people in these major markets, here's one of them.
I was even telling my wife right after, when she came home, I was like, you don't believe what just happened.
I ain't going to believe this.
It was like, what is it? It was
surreal.
It was that.
I started reading it and I got the press release, and my first thought was, normally we chase this stuff.
That's right. The degrees of Kevin Bacon is what it reminded me. I was literally like 2 degrees away from the Oval Office.
Yes.
Los, what'd you just call the station here just a minute ago?
I don't remember the surreal one.
The little engine that could.
Oh, the little engine that has.
That's right. That's so cool.
But this is a big deal, and it's a big deal for the administration. We talk about what the plan of attack is going to be from the Democrats over the next year, which is affordability. Well, part of this is starting to roll back these mandates. We talk about the influence of government, that when you start removing mandates, prices start coming down. Because everywhere along the lines, when there's mandates, manufacturers, small business owners, everyone out there who's in the private industry knows, oh, I got to check this box. Well, how much is that one going to cost me? All right, what if I got to check? Okay, how much is that going to cost me? Removing mandates does lower costs.
Think about this, because you brought up the CEO of Ford that was there yesterday, and he was very grateful, as was the CEO of Stellantis and a bunch of the National Auto Dealers Association members and president was there. I mean, it was a room full of those type people and legislators. But Ford's the one that stands out to me the most, because they've been a big story in the last, few months, when you learned that they lost $5.1 billion on electric vehicles in 2024, and they expect to lose $5.5 billion this year.
And this is not some sort of piece of information we got from Ford as of yesterday. We've talked about that on this show, that Ford, in attempting to be compliant with the new regulations, were looking into this technology and got to the point where they said it's just not worth it, considering what the return on investment is going to be and what the marketplace is saying. Is there a place for EVs? 100%, absolutely.
Sure there is.
But an overwhelming amount of vehicles on the road are gasoline-powered vehicles. And yes, should we have safety standards? Absolutely, 100%. Would it be great if we could increase the fuel efficiency of all of our automobiles? Yes, but that's going to be driven by technology. It won't be driven by the government.
Which is a podcast that you sent me that was discussed. Was that from yesterday or from the day before?
So that was yesterday. It was part of the Joe Rogan Experience. He had on Jensen Huang. And if you don't know the name, you do know the company. It's NVIDIA. And they spent the first 10 minutes, which as soon as I heard the first 10 minutes, I sent it over to Tug. I was like, check out the first 10 minutes. Jensen Huang talked about the need for American energy and how that's going to be part of what powers AI. And he talked about, I got a chance to meet Donald Trump. He's a great listener. And all he's asking is, what do you need from us?
How do we make it easier for you to succeed?
To manufacture here, to create American jobs here, and to lead as we go through this new technical revolution. What do you need on our part? And it's energy.
And it goes hand in glove with the discussion we're having, too, about affordability and technology, because he discussed technology, too, when he was like, it's so evolving, and he likened it to cars and the technology that makes cars better and more efficient, but more safe. And it's all based on technology. He's like, since the beginning of time, we've been chasing technology, and we'll continue to do that. But it's just because all of this energy, technology, and that podcast and that discussion and what happened at the White House yesterday and what will happen here today on Extra all dovetails.
It all ties together. And what it comes down to, when you hear from these, whether it's the CEO of Ford or whether it's the founder of NVIDIA, create environments in which businesses can thrive. Small business, the people that drive technology, that drive the future, create an environment in which there's not the guardrails on them. They're not having to say, well, I have a new idea, in this case with Ford. Well, we have a new idea for a vehicle. It's going to get 50 miles a gallon. Here's how it's going to run. Oh, well, what kind of vehicle is it? Is it an EV? Well, no, it's not actually. Well, hold on. We've got these different standards. You need to make this vehicle before you make that one.
That's right.
That's the idea of removing mandates and changing at least the economic environment so that we do have growth and we do have American manufacturing. Because if you want to know how we get out of what we're currently in, this jobs malaise where things are changing, it's about manufacturing positions.
And the president of NVIDIA talked about that as well, just the importance of guiding companies in creating that ability for them to go from small company, the backbone of America, to a company like them. Because that's where it all starts, man. In the story that you shared, because I didn't get that far into the podcast when they were talking about NVIDIA being a small company that had this grand idea and they thought this ability to be what they've become, but getting there involved a lot of trust, a lot of risk, and failure.
Their graphics processor. Now, this is a company. If you're not familiar, you know the name, but you don't understand all the ins and outs of it. So I have had NVIDIA video cards in my computers for, I don't know, past like 10, 15 years. It's a company that was making gaming related hardware. What they discovered was, wait a minute, our technology can really be the backbone of AI. It's going to be the backbone because of processing and the ability that it has to lead in the future. Well, they were weeks away from being over with. It took a $5 million investment from a company that knew that they were going out of business to give them that last lifeline, and then what it turned into. And so
imagine you're days away from turning off the lights.
Yeah, it's over.
And somebody gives you a $5 million investment.
After you had failed them and what you were supposed to deliver to them, but the belief was that maybe there is a technology here, and what it has turned into is everything that you're dealing with when it comes to AI, and you hear about the future of automobiles, it's the future of your office, it's the future of what you have on your phone. All of it came from a company that was falling apart.
You know what's crazy? Take that story that you just shared and compare it to the one that Stacey Abrams and her NGO did. It was completely $100 in the bank account. Government infused it with $2 billion. We have no idea where it went. There was 14 refrigerators bought in South Georgia, but that's the story. Where's the money? Nobody knows. NVIDIA is failing, days away from turning off the lights, gets its injection of cash from an investor that they'd already failed, and turns into what it turns into: government versus the free market.
And I think that's when we talk about what today is going to be about. You are seeing the incentives. You are seeing the carrot on the stick. Hey, cheaper vehicles, cheaper. Outside of California, which is just hilarious when you see some of their gas prices.
That's nuts.
Around the country, we're on average $3 or less. And so
lowest in 5 years, I believe.
So you see what happens when you just say drill baby drill. And by the way, Jensen Huang brought that up in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, he did.
Drill baby drill. That was an important factor to even an AI technology developer. When you start kind of doing the math and you go, all right, I do remember the Cylinders of the world. I do remember when the Obama administration was dumping crazy amounts of money into technologies that weren't developing, that weren't working out. Why not invest in those that already have? When Ford is an American icon, it's like, how do I make it easier for you to succeed? How do I make it easier for NVIDIA to succeed? How do I make it easier for those companies that have already shown a return on investment? How do we allow, when it comes to whether it's our tax dollars or incentives, how do we make it easier for them to grow?
Dude, we got our own story like Cylinder a little bit in Rivian here in Georgia.
Sure.
The crazy tax breaks, all the money that was given in tax dollars to Rivian, and they're like, well, it ain't working. We're gonna take everything from Georgia and move it back up to Illinois, where everything had already, their home base, their hub.
Wait a minute, didn't we do all this for you?
And again, it goes back to government meddling, government interfering, and government failures. Get out of the way and let the free market work. It always works.
Well, I don't like the idea of corporate capitalism or crony capitalism, as oftentimes as it gets put. I don't like the idea of picking winners and losers. I'm a big fan of create the environment and let's see who wins. Because technology and efficiency will always end up winning the day. And if you can find the right sort of company, when it comes to what they're all about, whatever their company culture is, and if it's one of creation, that leads to more investment, that leads to more value, that leads to American success stories.
And when the government gets involved, there's an immediate injection of cash, so it looks like it's going to be great. There's the mandate creating the environment, so you have to use it. And then it always happens. The wheels fall off the bus, and it never goes anywhere. And if you want a real success story, look at NVIDIA. That's the way it's supposed to work. They did so much. They busted their tail. They gave everything. They knew they had the idea. They were on the brink of failure and bounced back, and now is leading the way, changing the way everything is done. I mean, because the president, he talked about that, just how much AI in the last 2 years has changed what we do as Americans, as people living on Earth.
Let's just consider where it was a year and a half ago. Let's consider where Ford was a year and a half ago. We were doing the stories on them losing billions of dollars. We were doing the stories on how the EV market outside of Tesla was largely failing all around the country. And Tesla's its own thing. Tesla created its own culture where if you want an EV, there's no more cool vehicle to have. That's what they've created.
Right.
When you look at some of these other stories of like growth around the country and what they've become, so much of it is just give me the opportunity, set me on the path, let me figure it out for myself, and if we can make it happen, we'll make it happen. You're right. When you have the government picking the winners and losers, that's how you end up with, what did we have? How much did we spend on broadband that ended up not connecting one person?
Oh, my gosh.
There's a story that we had from yesterday from the United States Postal Service. I think it's $5 or $6 billion that was invested to develop EV vehicles.
Yeah, and they only delivered like 600. We spent like 600 billion or some crazy number.
600 of them that they've created, and we've spent billions of dollars.
Yeah,
it's like, if it makes sense, Amazon came up with their own fleet.
Yes, good.
They did it on their own.
Yeah,
didn't hurt them one bit.
It's because government was out of the way, and the free market worked. We got another story about that, as a matter of fact, the free market working when it comes to healthcare, which I really like, and it's something Rand Paul talked about, or I saw it yesterday, it could have been the day before, but I saw his story yesterday. We'll get to that in a little bit. But first, stunting the growth of the American economy, that was the plan all along. Next on the Morning Extra, 6 o'clock hours, brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett.
President Trump is restoring freedom, bringing justice back to America, and restoring power to the people. And the conservative voice of Atlanta has his back and will always bring you the national and local voices you need when it matters most. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
I was looking up, when does winter start? I think it's the 21st. So winter right on top of you. Now's the time to make sure that your home stays warm while it's really, really cold outside. 33 right now. We're at 1 degree above freezing. What's it like in your house? And you can tell me, well, it's great. It's perfectly comfortable. Okay, good. That's great. What happens when it ain't? Or are you in one of those homes where, gosh, we're just hoping this HVAC lasts. We're just trying to make it tick along. Now, the folks at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they can take care of anything, right? It doesn't matter the brand. They can fix whatever it is. Or they can do a maintenance agreement. Twice a year, come out, do the maintenance on it. No different. You'd change the oil in your car and make your system last as long as you can. But if you've waited too long, or it's just that time, because your system is just old and cannot keep up with 30-degree weather in Georgia, then call Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, because you get 2 incentives right now. Upgrade to a dependable Carrier system and get up to $2,100 in rebates in 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit. Central and Carrier set the standard for heating and cooling over the past 3 generations. Now you can bring that comfort home to your family. Call Chuck and his team, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Atlanta Braves single game tickets for the 2026 season are now on sale. Get your tickets for some exciting matchups next season and check out some fan favorite ticket packages like Hello Kitty, SpongeBob, Snoopy, and Father's Day Catch on the Field. Plus, snag the first giveaway of the season, the Drake Baldwin Rookie of the Year bobblehead on March 31st, presented by Coca-Cola. Visit Braves.com/promos to get your tickets. Atlanta Braves Baseball, we are Braves country.
Faith, family, freedom. These are the cornerstones of America and the foundation for a successful life. But today, all 3 are under attack. Crushing debt, out-of-control spending, and reckless policies in Washington are threatening your savings, your retirement, and your future. Hi, this is Glenn Beck. The only financial advisory firm I recommend in Atlanta is Nicholas Wealth Management. David Nicholas and his team believe protecting your money is about more than wealth. It's about defending your faith, your family, and your freedom. If your hard-earned retirement is left exposed to market chaos, higher taxes, or inflation, what happens to the life you've worked so hard to build? For over 20 years, David Nicholas has helped families right here in Atlanta fight back with retirement strategies built to better withstand uncertainty. Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 404-890-5606, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Aim to safeguard your future today.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies.
This is the time of the year most of us are checking off our holiday gift list. Identity thieves have lists too, and your personal information might be on that list. Protect your identity with LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every single second and alerts you to the threats you could miss yourself. If your identity is stolen, your own U.S.-based restoration specialist is going to work to fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Make this season about joy, not identity theft, with LifeLock. Save up to 40% off your first year at LifeLock.com with the promo code BECK. Terms apply.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like my identity was lost altogether. John Michaels here from the locker room with a solution that worked for me. It's Advanced Hair's incredible yet simple one-day treatment. Advanced Hair began regrowing my hair the very next day, and after just one visit. I had been aware of all the pills and lotions that came with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you already have, but I wanted to regrow my hair in specific areas permanently. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Regrowing my hair with Advanced Hair has been truly life-changing, and for you, it starts with a free consultation. Call now, 872-217-HAIR. Mention John Michaels, and you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's 872-217-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Join Southern Thunder Barbecue School for hands-on learning, standing shoulder to shoulder with the pros. It's a day-long cooking school experience with personalized training from award-winning barbecue grand champions. This makes a fantastic holiday gift you can purchase online at southernthunderbbq.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, December 4th. A new report says traffic deaths in Metro Atlanta outpaced homicides last year. 425 lives lost on our roads. DeKalb County saw the most fatal crashes, and Fulton County had the most serious injuries, including pedestrians and cyclists. Advocates are calling for stronger safety laws, including stricter seatbelt requirements and banning all cell phone use, including hands-free devices for young drivers. A prison-based gang operation in Georgia. 16 members of the 1-8 Trey Gangster Bloods were convicted following a multi-year investigation into violent crime, drug trafficking, contraband cell phone smuggling, and child recruitment. Among those convicted was the gang's statewide leader, who directed criminal activity from prison. Prosecutors say the gang used emails and contraband phones to coordinate murders, drug distribution, and other illegal operations inside and outside state prisons. And Cobb EMC has released a holiday lights map showcasing some of the brightest Christmas displays across Cobb County. Residents can download the map, scan QR codes for directions, and vote for their favorite display. The top 3 homes will receive $500 donations to a charity of their choice. Today's weather, cloudy and cool with a high of 49. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Joe Biden, the first thing he did on day one of his administration was to cut our energy. He knew, and everybody that was part of that administration, everybody who was part of the decision-making knew that would stunt the growth of America, Los.
Well, this has become much more of a political force that we have in Europe. And we're seeing it to a lesser extent, but we're now seeing some of the reactions that the Canadians are having. Like, I don't know if you've seen their GDP. It don't look good. Like, things are going bad in Canada. But in France, Spain, you have the degrowth movement. And what is the degrowth movement? The degrowth movement is just about production and consumption. And it always starts with energy. So when you see what the Biden administration did on day one, when he signed his 21 executive orders, what was one of the first things he went after? Energy. What was the first thing that Donald Trump immediately changed?
Restored.
Energy.
Yeah.
That was first and foremost what they had to do. And so when you look at the kind of belief this causes. It's trying to slow down capitalism so that if you can grind a society to a halt to stop its progress, they will then accept a different standard of living.
Because you just get used to it.
You just get used to it.
Your dollar goes less.
Yeah, part of the issue that we are having in this country is that the American dream has been largely inaccessible or a very limited amount of accessibility for young people. That was not the case for you and I when we were in our 20s. That was not the case for our parents when they were in their 20s. They were routinely buying homes. That's what was going on. Well, degrowth loves the idea of having a generation of people who can't buy anything. And so, that's part of this fight right now. And when we talk about affordability, yes, overwhelmingly, people my age and older, they're going to vote. They're going to determine what happens in the midterms. But we're now seeing that 18 to 28 is getting much more active politically, and they're catching it in the shorts. And so if there's anybody that we should be talking about growth, here's what's supposed to happen, like J.D. Vance was talking about yesterday, that's the group. We've got to keep the degrowth movement from taking hold of those people.
And Dana Perino, we don't have the audio, but something that she said that I thought was really smart. You can't just scream, hey, they're socialists. Socialism's never worked. You can't just do that. You have to explain it. You have to make it make sense. Because that socialism message resonates. It does. That's why people have accepted it. Look at all the young people that voted for Mom Donnie in New York.
Sure.
He said, we're going to make it cheaper. We're gonna make everything free. We're gonna reduce the bus rates or make it free.
Well, that's another part of the degrowth movement.
That's right.
That you will accept a lower standard. Like, for instance, as part of the degrowth movement that you have is a 4-day work week, but you're still going to make the same amount of money. Well, okay, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, count me in. How do I sign up?
Well, you're also not producing as much. There is less to go around. At the same time, you're going to have your public transit, housing guarantees, healthcare, childcare, all sounds good, right?
On the surface, it
sounds really good until you start recognizing how it all plays out. But that's the different standard of living that degrowth is trying to push, that if you have less to go around, then you don't expect as much.
And in America, that's never been acceptable. It wasn't acceptable to our grandparents. It wasn't acceptable to our parents. We always wanted more. And that's a good thing. Wanting more, wanting better, doing better, working harder to make it better. You always wanted. I know me as a parent, and I remember my mom and daddy saying, I want you to have more than we've had.
Sure.
And they lived a good life. I mean, they weren't wealthy by any means, but they had a home. We had our bellies full. We went to school. They went to work. We played ball. We were in the band. We did what? We lived the American dream. Was it wealth untold? No. But we never felt like we couldn't make it. We never felt like we couldn't do anything. We never felt like there was a moment where we couldn't say, I think I'm going to try to start a business. And my aunts and uncles did and have been successful with it and have sold them in recent years.
See, and here's where I think it's a little different for you and I. I feel like I have about 8 years to try and get this thing on the tracks and rolling the way it's supposed to be.
Yep.
Your son's a sophomore in college. The immediacy is more there for you of like, man, we got to get after this quick. Like, this has to start turning, because I think that there's nothing that is as detrimental if I was to have my daughter say, hey, Dad, I did it all the right way, and here's what's happening. And I'd have to tell her, it's harder for you. And we've told that to our interns, like, it's harder for you. And there's something disappointing about having to say that, because it's a failure on our part.
That's exactly right.
It's a failure on all of our parts.
Right.
Why is it harder? It's because of what we've done in the last 15 to 20 years that has made it harder for them. It's not supposed to be this way. So, like, how do we fix it? That's the goal. That's what we're trying to work on now.
But it's going to take time.
And it takes growth, GDP growth.
It's much easier and quicker to tear it down. I mean, it only took Biden 4 years of that administration, 4 years to completely change what Americans expect out of life.
If we, Atlanta Fed, if we are on the right track according to the Atlanta Fed, and we are jumping into the 4.5% range in GDP growth, then we can grow ourselves out of many of the problems that are on the horizon That's the idea of that big, beautiful bill. But if we ever hit a point where suddenly it's recession or it's like 1.5 in GDP, that's scary times. But if it trends correctly, as they keep talking about with this administration, then we have a chance of getting out of this stuff. We really do. Because that degrowth movement, it's out there. And the Europeans have bought into it. Now, none of them like it, but it's been out there for people that are disappointed.
Absolutely. And it's funny because it all started with energy with them, too. When they rely on solar, they rely on wind, which is more expensive and less reliable. It's crazy. You know what? I think I could speak for most people and say if we were to get rid of the income tax, everybody would celebrate, except for those fraudulent people that are like, "Well, where's my money coming from?"
Well, we got to look at this in terms of how many Americans right now are actually paying income tax, and what are we at as of now? It's like 49%. Mm-hmm. I think it's like 49, 48, somewhere right around in there. I can tell you, I'm one of them. Yeah, I write that check every April. This is terrible.
Yeah, it's awful.
So this was Donald Trump, and we already have a spending problem. Clearly, we have $38 trillion in debt. We are generating somewhere between, depending on the tax year, around $5.5 trillion, which has typically been our number where we're still accumulating debt. Like, we brought in $5.5 trillion, we're spending $7 trillion. That's how we're in so much trouble. Take a listen as Donald Trump is talking about this, and as he points out, with this tariff program. Remember, we spent the first 150 years in this country where there wasn't an income tax. That was lopped onto us in the early 1900s, and we said, okay, this will be just free for a while. Now it's just part of life.
It's never for a while.
No.
It's like always long lasting.
The government was supposed to be to pay off the Civil War debts.
The government was supposed to, it's like 400. It's like, here, we're just going to put up a toll until it's paid for. And now it's, we might put it up again.
Yeah, we're going to bring it back.
We're making a lot of money off this thing.
Whose ignorant idea was it to take this down?
I mean, they took it down for like a decade, and they were like, what are we doing here? This is crazy. This is a moneymaker. Check out Donald Trump. I think this is a pipe dream, but it's worth checking out.
And I believe that at some point in the not-too-distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous, that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax.
Your individual income tax for last year was $2.4 trillion is what the government made. Now, you have payroll taxes. He didn't mention that. He never mentioned anything about corporate income taxes or any other state taxes, customs taxes, all those sorts of stuff. So if you told me this was just about $2.4 trillion, maybe it's possible if you have a tariff program that ends up replacing that. But I don't believe you're going to have the amount of giveaway of power that the government would have to do in order to make this happen.
Politicians aren't going to allow it to happen.
Taxation is power.
That's exactly right. And don't just blame the anti-American Democrat Party.
No, the establishment loves this.
Dude, they will fight every step of the way because they know if they have your money, they have your attention. If they have your money, they have you under their thumb.
You can drive habits by using taxation. That's always been that soft tyranny of it. Now, the one thing you have in this life in order to create wealth, comfort, whatever it is you're looking for, if you want the big house on the hill or if you just want the comfortable double wide, either one, whatever level you want, it comes from your ability to work. So when somebody then takes the fruits of your labor, that is a form of tyranny. We just happen to agree that there's a soft version of tyranny and that's income taxes, and we just put up with it.
When you buy something, you pay income tax. When you sell that thing that you've bought, you pay income tax, or you pay tax. It's like a never-ending cycle. I was explaining it. A friend of ours got a bonus at work, and it wasn't anything extraordinary. It was like $5,000, whatever it was, and it was just for hard work and meeting goals and whatever.
Got to keep $3,300.
Yeah, exactly right. And so I used that because she was complaining about it. She was just like, it's great to get a bonus, but when you don't get most of it, or you lose a significant portion of it, it's frustrating. I worked really hard. I was rewarded, and then it was taken away. And Jacob couldn't believe it. My son was like, what?
What?
They do what?
Yes, sir.
And I went through, and we talked about some of the taxes. I was like, dude, get ready. This is the real world, man. When you start working, they're going to involuntarily take your money. You won't volunteer it. They're coming to get it anyway.
So
good lesson.
Absolutely. That's one of those of like, there you go. If I was to tell your son, all right, I decided to take money that my wife and I had. We decided to use that to help borrow more money to then buy a business, to then sell the business, and now we get to keep the money, right? Oh, no, we do not. There is a capital gains tax on that.
That's exactly right.
So the government will get their piece, whereas they did not invest anything with me. It wasn't any of their money. This was all private sector. Yet they get to take a bite out of my private sector capital gain. And so there are certain taxes that people will put up with, and capital gains, when you suspend, I wish that I could time that out right. Like, I think George Steinbrenner had like one of the greatest lives ever. If you don't know, he was the former owner of the New York Yankees. And he basically took what ended up being like $9 million, bought the Yankees, and turned it into a multi-billion-dollar franchise. But George Steinbrenner, when he passed away the year when we were under some really tough economic times. We suspended the estate tax and most of the other death taxes. So rather than Uncle Sam getting a big chunk out of what they were going to get, everything got passed along to Hal Steinbrenner and the rest of the Steinbrenners tax-free.
Tax-free. You're talking about timing it, man. Holy cow. But think about it.
Not everybody wants Dad to die, but Dad did it at the right time.
he lucked into it a little bit. But think about it. When you buy gas, there's tax. When you buy a plane ticket, there's a tax. When you take an Uber ride, there's a tax. There's never a time that there isn't a tax. Could we just get it to a point where we're not taxed to death? And the answer is no.
No.
I want it to
be yes.
I want it to be yes so bad.
That's why I'm willing to. That's my catnip. Rachel Maddow talks about, we're going to get Trump. We're going to put him in prison. And the Aunt Pegs of the world like, that's great. Tell me more. Tell me more. Same stuff with The View. Mine is the president telling me, we might not need this income tax. I'm like, tell me more. Ooh.
Oh, let's go,
Where's the bone?
Gift tax, estate tax, generation skipping transfer tax, IRA tax, HSA tax, late payment penalties. Dude, I just did a quick grok. Give me all the times you have to pay taxes. Dude, it's a full page. It was just the most everyday thing up until, and then even the 15th.
April is going to make me sick.
Yeah, all of us, buddy. Well, but you.
This year.
It's going to be a tough year for you. We're going to hold your hand, walk you through it, though. We'll be here for you. Just like we'll be here for you. Listening this morning, Xtra 106.3. And thank you for that. Remember, 7:25, Deputy Secretary of Transportation, Stephen Bradbury, will join us to talk about the incredible thing that happened yesterday at the Oval Office, rolling back the crazy standards of the Biden administration and their new green scam, as Trump calls it. And I agree with, by the way. When we come back, what about an Obamacare replacement? Well, it involves two places you likely already shop. Next on Xtra.
The Morning Xtra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3 FM.
Good morning, it's Los. Let's talk about True Prep. First off, 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta, or online, and you should check every day. TruePrep.com. That's TRUPrep.com. You can always see not only their sales items, you can see some of their clearance items. You can also see as well their workshops and some of the events that they have going on. Oftentimes, lots of gun safety classes for first-time gun buyers. There's intro when it comes to food storage. Everything if you want to just start talking about getting ready, whatever your version of ready is, True Prep can help you. But they're also trying to help out the local community for disadvantaged children. what you've got going on, hey, there are an official drop spot for Toys for Tots. That is going to be going on throughout the month. Action figures, dolls, Nerf guns, puzzles, baby toys, you name it. If it's unwrapped, they want you to drop it off when you make your trip over to True Prep. Now, that's one of the other factors, too. You know you already go there because when it comes to ammunition, some of the best prices in the area when it comes to premium ammunition. Also, when it comes to their Black Friday sales, they're extended until tomorrow, close of business. So you have until tomorrow to go check out the store or go online and check out what they have. Again, whatever your version of ready is, that is what True Prep is able to help you out with. TRUprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, December 4th. The Atlanta Hawks are now 13-10 on the season after a surprising 115-92 loss at home to the struggling LA Clippers. No Jalen Johnson for that matchup. He's dealing with a right calf injury. The Hawks, they're off tonight. They're back in action Friday night as they host the Denver Nuggets at State Farm Arena. Week 14 in the NFL gets underway tonight with a pivotal matchup in the NFC playoffs as the Dallas Cowboys are on the road taking on the Detroit Lions. The Cowboys 6-5-1. Detroit is 7-5. Detroit is a 3-point favorite for this matchup. Kickoff is set for 8:15. With their sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
It's the holiday season at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, and we're bringing you 3 weeks of wonder. Special merchandise, special events, and very special savings all December long. This week, it's Christmas in color, with 15% off all precious gemstones, rich green emeralds, deep red rubies, and brilliant sapphires in all shapes and colors. Choose from an amazing selection of earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings set with hand-selected gemstones, all at 15% off now through Sunday. These gems are so much more than birthstones. They're timeless symbols of celebration and love for today's treasures and tomorrow's heirlooms. Wrap their favorite color in gold and give something precious this holiday season. It's Christmas in color, the start of 3 weeks of wonder at D. Geller & Son Jewelers all December long. Atlanta's holiday destination since 1939. Come shop with us in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Affordable jewelry for everyone is at D. Geller & Son.
Ho, ho, holy cow. Family and friends are coming for the holidays, and you need some projects done around the house before they arrive. Relax. We've got you covered. Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia from the Trusted Toolbox. With our handyman for a day deal, we can knock out all those projects you've been putting off for months. From plumbing issues and painting to flooring, fencing, trim work, and much, much more. So get your home ready for the holidays and call us at 770-623-3097, or you can always book it online at thetrustedtoolbox.com.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select steel tools. Shop online or in store.
Donald Trump's America. Vehicle fuel efficiency standards put in place during the Obama administration and tightened by the Biden administration are being eliminated, President Trump says, to drive down the cost of a new car and keep U.S. automakers competitive.
But these policies forced automakers to build cars using expensive technologies that drove up costs, drove up prices, and made the car much worse.
The president, surrounded by leading automaker executives, says relaxing the regulations will drop the price of a new vehicle by an average of $1,000.
We're bringing automobiles back and the manufacturing of automobiles back into this country.
Republican lawmakers also included in the One Big Beautiful Bill a provision that ends fines for violating fuel efficiency standards. President Trump described the Biden-era rules as an electric vehicle mandate that consumers didn't want. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Extra Extra 106.3 personalities aren't afraid to tell it like it is.
Without Donald Trump, nothing that's going on would be happening right now. Donald Trump is changing the world.
And you'll never hear us spew that violent rhetoric from the left. So don't be afraid to tell it like it is, because we're happy to have you as part of the Extra community.
I particularly like Donald Trump's actions in getting illegal aliens the hell out of this country.
Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Thank you for being here. 404-741-1230. At Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. You can find Los at Front Office Los, Jure at Whiskey Click, and me at Tug Cower. Easy to find, easy to get a hold of. We're always eager to talk to you.
And I'm by far the nicest of everyone.
Without question. Nobody
Tug will sit
would
there
argue
and judge you.
Yes, without a doubt.
He'll be like, I don't know if I even like your idea.
That's right. Sometimes they're stupid.
Did you see, I had a little post yesterday. They had the whole Jaguar marketing director that they finally fired over costing them 95% of their sales from the year before. That was when they had the woke commercial. Didn't even feature a car.
Yes, I did see that, yes.
So the story as it went was they took that person, they fired them, and they marched them out of the building.
Yeah, you got to go. You don't get to stay. We'll box up your stuff for you.
And my point was you should have gone with teas.
Yes, and that Bud Light found has worked.
Yes.
Gone back to it.
American Eagle was like,
yeah, American Eagle
feature
too.
the teas.
That's right. Absolutely.
People tend to buy your jeans. They'll probably buy your cars.
Hey, now.
I hate to be the simple human, but I am. If you just
and
did this.
so is everybody else.
Told you, if I could find a way to clone Tawny Katane and have her rolling over a Jaguar.
Dude, you didn't even have to clone her. Go back and pull the reel that
Here you go.
Enthralled us all watching Whitesnake's Here I Go Again video in 1987.
If I just feature, here's my car with Tawny
Great
Katane.
idea, because there's certain things that are undefeated. Teas are undefeated.
Undefeated.
Nostalgia, undefeated.
If you need to sell those cars, I'm available. Like, so I can fix the Democrat Party. I will also fix your automotive situation. We're going to have teas rolling all over Jaguars, and at that point, you're good.
Funny, also undefeated.
Yes.
Let's get Tawny Katane and, I don't know.
Well, Tawny's
she's not with us anymore.
Well, we're going to get her on the reel.
That's right. That's what I said. You don't got to clone it. Just bring back what was so glorious about what she did it when she did it the first time.
Because it works.
It works.
Add some dark humor with that.
Biggest.
She's no longer here, but you can be here in style in a Jaguar.
There you go.
What I would point out, there's a reason why, if I was ever to be in a situation and said, all right, I'm having the midlife crisis at like 60, what do? I buy the Ferrari. Because at that point, that's just there so that women notice.
That's it. The only reason. Or dudes are like, dude, that's an awesome car.
That's just there mostly so that women notice.
That's right. You're trying to show, I got a truck.
Nothing against your Tercel.
I got a
The women didn't notice.
It's not quite as
my hatchback isn't, but if you got a Jaguar, the price is probably coming down.
Oh, yes, they are. If they fell through the floor, 95%.
Yes, 95% drop.
Come on, they fell. Yeah, they definitely fell through the floor. If you're shopping, how often do you go to, say, Costco? Or how often do you shop with Amazon? Because I'll tell you, at our house, it is really, really often. So if you can buy nice clothes there, if you can buy, and get good deals on all the food, you stock the pantries, why couldn't you buy health insurance there?
So this was a note that went through Truth Social between Rand Paul and President Trump. And it was noted by Rand Paul. And whatever you think of Rand Paul, like I said, there's stuff where I go, ooh, there's other stuff I'm like, good idea. Thank you. Rand Paul had noted that one of the ideas that had been pitched very early on in this administration got shot down by Democrat attorney generals in key states. What was the idea? The idea was, if you're already a member, for instance, you're a member of Amazon Prime.
Yep.
I am as well. If you're a Costco member, I happen to be one as well. Then why aren't you allowed as a member to pool membership and be able to negotiate your own health insurance?
That's what our company does.
That's what our company does.
Can you imagine multiplying that by thousands?
And why was it shot down by all these Democrat attorney generals? Well, they had to protect Obamacare. Because if you could, and you were just spending your, what is it now, like $120 for Amazon Prime for the year, or what you're spending with your Costco membership, I know it could be like $300. So I've paid my money in. This is a different version of what so many of these Christian organizations do, these faith-based organizations. Right. You got the initial membership fee, you pull your money, here's what you do. Well, it would naturally drive down healthcare because we're talking about the power of millions and millions and millions of subscribers. And so Rand Paul once again floated out there, why don't we look to push this through Congress? Now, are there plenty of things where Rand Paul doesn't agree with the president on spending? Yes, 100%, absolutely. But this is an area where I think both of them, as they're looking to create, what is the magic word? Affordability?
Yes.
This is something that I believe you would get bipartisan support unless the Democrats, the anti-American party, are just strictly looking for protecting Obamacare.
Which is most likely.
More than likely.
Now, maybe there will be some common sense that have heard those MediShare Christian healthcare sharing commercials enough. And they're like, well, maybe this is a good idea. But if you care about America, you care about affordability, how about doing that? Let's not rob the taxpayers of crazy amounts of money to support subsidies with Obamacare, which is failing to begin with. If it needed subsidies, it's already a failure. So why don't we try something that allows the free market to work? We're talking about that same thing today, a little later today, with the Deputy Secretary of Transportation. We're going to be talking about those very things, affordability and how to get there. The free market working is the answer every time.
So when this post ended up making its way over onto X, there was somebody who pointed out, well, there is a counter argument here about what can go wrong. And the funny part is the counter argument starts with, well, you're going to damage the ACA.
Well, we want to get rid of it. We don't want to damage it. We want to end it.
It says healthy people will leave the ACA, compliant individual market to join the cheaper AHPs. It also says the ACA risk pool gets sicker and older. Premiums skyrocket. Them's a you problem for ACA.
It was intended to fail.
But
we've discussed that a million times.
You're using the private sector.
That's right.
And you're pulling your money in the private sector with already massive amounts of leverage.
What does the Democrat Party, a.k.a. the anti-American party, what do they hate more than anything else and love more than anything else? They hate the free market and they love government having their hands in your health care. They love having their hands in everything that you do, every aspect of your life, because if you depend on them for anything or everything, they've always got you. They've always got you. You have to depend on them.
But imagine if you could do that to go along with the competition of opening things across state lines.
It'd be
naturally
huge.
Things come down. If you could allow, because there are plenty of people, my parents included, that are no longer working age, but they're Costco members and they're Amazon members. Amen. And suddenly, if you have the option of purchasing your health care through this sort of pool of people that are all sharing in these costs, I mean, you got to imagine that's subscribers alone, how massive,
giant
a pool of people that would be.
We wonder if we could look it up, figure out how many people are members of Costco. But that number is gigantic, and that's going. I mean, we've heard Kimmer talking about, getting into that and getting that huge percentage jump in his healthcare costs. What would it do?
$81 million.
It's exactly, dude. Huge number. When we continue, some accidental journalism at the AP shed some light on the supposed Caribbean double tap next.
Support the advertisers and partners that share your values. Give our extra advertisers the first shot to earn your business. They will deliver for you every time and support the extra community like no one else. Connect with all of our partners online at extra1063.com.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way. A very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the Honest Car Guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%. Well, really, it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Hey, Braves fans, some things just get better with time, like your love for the Braves and banking with Truist One Checking. It's checking for life, offering everyday essentials like no overdraft fees and a tap-to-pay debit card, and great extras you'll appreciate season after season, like automatic upgrades as your balances grow. Be ready every inning with Truist One Checking. It's life-ready checking that grows with you. Get Truist One Checking today. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
Okay, who just opened your Obamacare or Marketplace renewal and almost fell off that chair? Hey, 35%, and it's not even any better? You're not crazy. They keep jacking the premium and giving you less. I don't know about this stuff, but I know who does. I go to Steven, the health insurance doctor. I send people there because he's been doing this 16 years. He wins awards for this stuff. He helps the self-employed, 1099, small business owners, the people actually paying for their own insurance. You bet you're going to get corporate-style coverage, nationwide PPO. How about lower zero deductibles, plans that pay you cash benefits when you use them? And he does it all around the year round there because, you know what, he's independent. He's got multiple carriers to quote. A lot of you are going to see that premium go right down instead of up. And in some cases, saving to 60% over that renewal number. He works for you, not Washington. Here's the number, 678-523-0759. 678-523-0759. Or go to healthinsurancedoctor.net. It's Steven, not a call center. Your plan, your savings, and tell him the Kibber sent you.
A company that has been trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years has already done their hometown homework, like having the very best people, fair, honest pricing, exceptional customer service, and a focus on high-quality work. That's us. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Sometimes new isn't better, like out-of-town home improvement companies invading Atlanta with their inflated pricing and subpar work. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.
This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the Xtra app.
He was shot on a New York City sidewalk at almost exactly this time 1 year ago. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, the leader of United Healthcare.
Brian Thompson was gunned down outside of a Midtown New York hotel while in New York for his company's investors conference. The 50-year-old CEO left behind a wife and 2 children.
Fox's Chandler Painter's outside the court where the alleged killer, Luigi Mangione, will attend day 3 of a pretrial hearing, trying to get key evidence found when he was arrested at a Pennsylvania McDonald's not allowed at his murder trial.
Including items in his backpack like the 3D printed firearm and silencer, personal writings and journal that laid out his disdain for health insurers, his iPhone and several USB flash drives. They also want to suppress some of his statements that he made to police allegedly at the time. They say officers were asking questions before telling him that he had a right to remain silent.
As the controversy simmers over the U.S. military operation blowing up boats off the Venezuelan coast suspected of trafficking illegal drugs, killing dozens of alleged narco-terrorists, President Trump says,
I support the decision to knock out the boats.
But Congress is investigating one particular boat attack, and this morning,
Admiral Mitch Bradley gives closed-door classified briefings to the top Democrats and Republicans on the House and Senate Armed Services Committees and the Senate Intelligence Committee. He's head of U.S. Special Operations Command, and War Secretary Pete Hegseth says ordered a second strike on a suspected drug smuggling boat in the Caribbean September 2nd, killing 2 survivors of the initial strike.
That's Fox's Chris Foster. Back to Secretary Hegseth. The spokesman says an Inspector General's report due out today in another controversy exonerates him. That Hegseth did not break any laws revealing information on a U.S. attack on Houthi militants in Yemen in a Signal chat group. But that report does conclude Hegseth shared info that could have put the mission at risk. Steve Witkoff will talk to you, Ukrainian leader, today in Miami, pushing a U.S. peace peace plan days after the special envoy had a long meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, who keeps waging war. America's listening.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the time of the year most of us are checking off our holiday gift list. Identity thieves have lists too, and your personal information might be on that list. Protect your identity with LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every single second and alerts you to the threats you could miss yourself. If your identity is stolen, your own U.S.-based restoration specialist is going to work to fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Make this season about joy, not identity theft, with LifeLock. Save up to 40% off your first year at LifeLock.com with the promo code BECK. Terms apply.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug and Los on Extra until 10. Coming up in about 22 minutes. Stephen Bradbury, Deputy Secretary of Transportation, going to join us to talk freedom and affordable cars. The announcement made yesterday in the Oval Office with the Deputy Secretary as well as Secretary Duffy, rolling back those crazy EV mandates, giving you the ability to deduct your interest in a car that you buy. There's a whole lot of them. We'll get into all of it with the Deputy Secretary, but it's an honor to have him on the show and for those guys to reach out and want to talk to you.
I was just seeing a story about the Toyota, I think it's the Hilux.
Is that the little pickup truck?
That's the little pickup truck.
That thing's cool, man.
Okay.
Close.
It's like
Hilux.
Hilux, there you go.
All right, so the idea is that you have like a regular working pickup truck. The problem is that under the previous standards, you couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So now you actually can get, and by the way, it's $20,000 or under.
$20,000. Give me a pickup truck. Name one pickup truck that costs $20,000 because I don't know one.
Right.
And I drive a pickup.
In an industry where the pickup trucks, nice trucks were getting to $75,000. Like we're starting to talk about, Mercedes, BMW range.
That's right.
And so if you just wanted, I need a pickup truck for my company, for work, whatever it is I got to do. All right, suddenly this is now a possibility for you.
Yes, sir. I love it.
Changes the game.
Yeah, the Hilux is like it's the Tacoma over there, but they have those options that are more base level to get into for work trucks.
Very base looking, but cool. But very base looking.
Absolutely bulletproof.
But
if you have one of those things from like the 80s, early 90s, they have real value. People love those.
Those things are cool. And the new ones almost look like the front end of the Land Cruiser.
Yeah.
Which I think, because I love the Land Cruiser, I can't afford one, but I love them.
But with the standards,
yeah, exactly.
You couldn't mass produce them.
Yeah,
couldn't have them out there.
Right. Yeah, and under $20,000, dude, that's nuts. Is there any car that's under $20,000?
Certainly not a truck that I know of that size.
Definitely not a truck, but I mean,
it's not massive, but it's larger than when you look at some of the very small trucks out there. The single cab, small pickup truck.
Mm-hmm.
You need something for work. This actually has the size that I would imagine the towing capacity and the strength that you would need for under $20,000.
Dude, I can't imagine. I'm just doing a quick Google search to see if there's even a car, a new car.
Probably some little EVs.
Maybe.
With the rebates and all that stuff that they mandated.
No, listen to this. This is it. This is AI overview from Google. No, it is not possible to buy a new car for under $20,000.
Wow.
Let's change some things, man.
Look, dude, that's awesome. The lowest price, it said... the Nissan Versa, the closest you can get, Nissan Versa, which is a really small car, MSRP $18,330, but with final fees, taxes, designation charges, or destination charges.
That's your dock fees.
Yeah, and all that, $20,000. Or maybe you go with the honest car guy. I don't know.
That's where Tom basically tells you ain't going to deal with these dock fees.
Exactly.
You're going to save yourself thousands right there.
That's exactly right. So maybe that's the way to go. But yeah, so look forward to talking to the deputy secretary about that. Quickly, before we get into the accidental journalism, I would like you to know that all of a sudden there's no talk of sinking vessels. It's not being discussed and hasn't for the hour that we've been on the air. here at Extra because we keep Morning Joe on. Now they've shifted. They've shifted to talking about the Pentagon investigation into the Signal app. If you recall, that was from last March. There was the discussion between the president, the vice president, and the Secretary of War, and a couple other folks were on there, and they were talking about the strikes on the Houthis, I believe, and that has now been investigated. You're going to hear about it a lot today. But it basically says, yeah, it was a little sloppy, but that's the extent of it. No laws were broken, none of that.
No.
However, on all morning long on PMS Now, signal use puts troops at risk. That's the discussion. Why are they trying to deflect from all of a sudden and not talk about the supposed double tap in the Caribbean, Los?
Because of what happened with ABC even last night. You've had, and by the way, on ABC, ended up reporting. So about that boat that took the next shot, it's because it was still operational, and you had, remember, it was told to you. There were 2 people in the water. They were struggling. As it turns out, no, they were trying to reorganize and get the drugs back on the boat.
And get themselves out of there.
Yeah. That's the story. So now it turns into, well, what about this investigation? What were the findings? And yes, this could be potentially dangerous for troops if this was to ever get out there, if you were ever to be sloppy in this way. But it wasn't.
Yeah.
So that's now the pivot.
Yes.
That's how you pivot the news. That's what it becomes. As we told you even yesterday, before Pete Hegseth said anything to explain what had gone on in the attack, the talk was, well, he's not doing it because he has something to hide. Once he does, then it was, he's trying to bury the admiral. He's trying to bury the admiral. Right. You just shift the message. That's all it becomes. But here's the piece of accidental journalism that also happened to go along with ABC. The AP ended up having a story about the 60-year-old who was killed on the initial strike.
I brought his name up yesterday, I believe.
Sounds sad, doesn't it?
It's horrible.
Luis Che Martinez was killed in the first strike.
Yep.
Now, this is part of when they start telling you about he's just a kind, he's not an abuela, but he's a kind abuelo. He's a kind grandfather. He was out there fishing, man. That's the story. Well, no, not even from the AP. The AP says Martinez was a longtime local crime boss.
That's right.
And he'd made the most of his living smuggling drugs and people across the borders, according to several people who knew him.
Yes. Remember that name? We brought it up yesterday. The AP didn't get into it. We brought it yesterday morning.
Yes.
AP didn't get to it yesterday evening.
When they finally had to say, all right, here's what we're going to point out. Then what else did we have? We had Democrats that were trying to protect narco-terrorists by saying they don't put important people on those boats.
No.
I said the importance is the drugs, the money.
They don't care about the people.
No, but
even if it were fishermen.
In this case, they're not putting important people on them anymore. That's for sure.
No, that's right.
But you got a local crime boss, and more than likely, you put about $10 to $50 million at the bottom of the ocean in drugs.
Doesn't seem like a bad plan to me.
It seems like a good idea.
If you're trying to limit drug smuggling, you know the routes that they take, you know the boats that they use. Everything lines up. It always does. It's not like this. It's not willy-nilly. It's the same every time. Los had said it, and I agree with it 100%. We had spec ops on the ground. We still have spec ops on the ground.
I believe so.
I would bet my paycheck.
I believe that we have assets in the area that know exactly what boats are heading out.
And they knew where Che was going to be, too.
And what they got on them.
Yeah, that's right.
People, and I say this in terms of media people. Media people do not understand how many checks, how many boxes have to be checked before a strike like this occurs.
How many JAG officers, Judge Advocate General officers, are involved in these decisions, these lawyers, these military lawyers? Examine it every which way but Sunday before the first strike happens.
And it goes through such a long list of the chain of command. The media spends their time thinking like it's just a bunch of cowboys. They're like, well, fire another missile at him.
That's right.
Yeah! That's the way they're trying to make it out to be. That is not the level of professionalism that exists within this military.
But that's the way they think of our military, so it's not surprising.
But when you then had, and I'll point out, because this is a story we know to be true, when the Biden administration got involved And those cowboys decided, let's go ahead and blow something up. They killed 7 kids. And what did they point out? Our policies and our procedures. Well, this is what happens when the White House says, blow something up. We need to make this go away. That's what happens when the cowboys get involved. Cowboys aren't involved in this stuff.
Yeah.
Not what's going on out in international waters.
No, of course not. And I'm glad that they're doing it. I'm glad they're standing by the Admiral, as I pointed out yesterday, and they are. And now that's why you have MS Now not mentioning these boats whatsoever. This morning, the only story is the Signal chat, because they think they have something there. They think maybe, well, we couldn't get them there, so let's move over here. People have forgotten all the details. We'll rehash it. We'll retell the story about how Pete Hegseth, we couldn't get him through the process of.
Turns out he didn't roll in and double tap these terrorists, these abuelos just trying to make some money at sea.
We couldn't get him there, but here people have forgotten all the details of last spring. So maybe this Signal chat, putting military members in harm's way, that'll be what takes him down.
And by the way, I do remember extensively those discussions. And what did we call them? We said, is it sloppy? Yes. Is it illegal or problematic? No.
And the other part was, I love the fact that J.D. Vance was so vocal about not wanting to be involved with the Red Sea. He's like, that's nothing but a transportation hub for Europe. Let Europe handle it.
We actually found it encouraging to read about the open discussion within the administration of the value of going after Houthis.
The U.S. Marine and J.D. Vance pushed back on the Secretary of Defense and on the President, who the left and MS Now would tell you only hires yes men, in a private discussion that we weren't supposed to know about because it was sloppy. Yes, we admit to that. You're seeing actual pushback. You're seeing a vice president say, no, I don't want to do this.
You have actual discussion going on about the value of action.
You're telling me they're not all yes men? I thought MS Now told me they were. ABC, CBS, CNN, NBC, they all told me the only people Trump hires, yes men.
So whatever he wants to do, nobody's going to push back.
Nobody's going to push back until you see it on display.
What a silly caricature when you think back about how, Joe Biden, he's calculating. He listens to all of these people, and then he makes a decision.
Yeah, listen to nobody except the Easter Bunny.
There was no one that even consulted with Joe Biden over most things.
That's right.
We still have the piece of audio from Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, saying, Mr. President, why did you cancel using executive orders these particular leases in the Gulf of America? They affect natural gas production for the state of Louisiana. And he's like, I didn't do that.
I don't show him.
Like, yeah, you did. Somebody did, and it wasn't you, apparently.
Well, that's because he wasn't.
He wasn't in the loop.
That's exactly right. The Easter Bunny was
the committee was in the loop.
They were leading him around by his hand, feeding him ice cream, because that's all he needed. He was just a figurehead. He was just a poster. That's it.
So now you actually see what real strength looks like and how beneficial it is to the rest of the world.
And debate and discussion.
Sure.
And what that's all about. But this morning, MS Now is going to tell you that it's bad and it puts troops in danger, knowing that that's not the case.
Well, we have talked about it when it came to healthcare and some of the proposals that were initially rolling out there of, well, here's what we'll do with the subsidies connected to the ACA, and Trump is going to go around the insurance companies and pay people directly. And you and I were both very quick to say, I don't want you to pay anybody. I want you to let this thing fall apart. I want you to go a different direction with this.
Let's let the free market work.
Now, is that something that the administration is going to do? No, but this is the dialogue. This is the discussion. This comes from on high, and Tug and I and Jerry just go, yes, master, that's what we'll promote. We're not part of like an email chain, like a Podesta email chain that tells people, here are the talking points, here's what you need to say, and make sure you say war crimes when you do it. We're not part of any of that.
New York Times is, MSNBC is, or MS Now. I'm reading breaking news. This was from several hours ago from at Breaking News, NBC. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth shared classified information in that leaked Signal chat that could have imperiled troops, a watchdog report finds. There were no classified information shared. You know that. We all read it.
We all read it.
What
There was
information?
no operational information that was involved. It was a discussion of whether or not there should be an operation.
But because they now know what the AP has reported and ABC accidentally have reported, that there were a reason to go back, as we expected. There was a reason to go back and hit that boat a second time. But they're not going to discuss it anymore.
We'll get into this later on in the show, but I think I enjoyed Scott Bessent yesterday at the New York Times Forum, where he finally just blew up and just decided, all right, I've had enough. I've had it with all y'all.
He even said, I don't even read the New York Times anymore. On their own stage.
On their own stage.
To their host, their moderator.
He flat out said, you missed one of the biggest stories in the history of this country, in that you had a president who was not functional, and yet you didn't do one thing about it.
But now you want to
suddenly call balls and strikes like you're the facilitator and the officiator.
I don't know if Donald Trump's capable. Is he in cognitive decline? Well, if you didn't know it with Joe Biden, there's not a chance you can see it with Donald Trump. Not a chance. So don't tell me how smart you are and how Dr. Vin Gupta, the guy that told us that Joe Biden was just fine, he can see the fact that Donald Trump's in decline.
It'd be a little bit easier to understand if this was done 20, 25 years ago. This was done 5 minutes ago. This was done in June of 2024, leading into a presidential debate that Joe Biden was on top of his game and he's prepping and he's as sharp as he's ever been. And then we found out that the American public had been lied to for 4 years because the man couldn't function on the stage. He actually told us all as he's blinking and looking around wildly that we defeated Medicare.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and then we defeated Medicare. Huh?
A disaster.
And what did Donald Trump say? I don't know what he says, and I don't think he does either.
Yeah, and he was exactly right. People, remember, they dissected that too. They were like, Donald Trump being so mean.
Or maybe so ruthlessly correct.
Or just correct.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's ruthless.
I don't know. I don't think he knows. I don't know what he said. I don't think he does either.
I don't think that's ruthless. I think that's just observant.
Just telling it like it is.
That's all it is right there. When we come back on Extra, Donald Trump and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy unveils the Freedom Means Affordable Cars initiative, and they reset those fuel economy standards. We're fortunate to have Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury join us next to talk about that very thing and those very ideas that have been changed and how it will save the American people $109 billion. Next on Extra 106.3.
The Morning Extra from 6 to 10. Glenn back until noon. Clay and Buck from noon to 3. And The Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. Plus Jesse Kelly from 6 to 9. And Jimmy Vela from 9 to midnight. The voices you need all day with the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
More than intelligent, it's thoughtful. Not just spacious, it's sensuous and stylish. It's indulgent yet outgoing. Foundationals to the GLC SUV is a turbo hybrid power, intelligent digital cockpit, and MBUX with routines. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLC 300 SUV. Just $549 per month for 36 months with $5,003 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration, now through January 2nd, 2026. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through January 2nd, 2026. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
You and your buddy. You've been through a lot with each other. The ups and the downs. He's been with you every morning, noon, and night. You've traveled the world together. Heck, he was even with you on your first big date. But have you noticed he's struggling lately? Not performing on the job. He can't even stand up straight anymore. He's wanting to cry out for help, but just doesn't know how. He needs Dr. Dio and Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can give him the gift of good posture this year, help him stand proud and become all he was meant to be. Now, take him by the hand, look him in the eye and say, I appreciate you, little fella. and we're going to get you some help. We're going to call 404-777-1911. We're going to visit stopmyed.com. We are going to say goodbye to erectile dysfunction forever. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. It's a hard conversation to have, but it's one worth having. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Online at stopmyed.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. We have an important announcement. We've moved to a new location to serve you better. That's right, Atlanta Safe House has moved to a new location in Alpharetta. So come check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Brands include Browning, Fort Knox, Champion, and many more. So stop by their showroom today or go to atlantasafehouse.com. And remember, at Atlanta Safe House, we don't just sell safes, we sell peace of mind.
Faith, family, freedom. These are the cornerstones of America and the foundation for a successful life. But today, all three are under attack. Crushing debt, out-of-control spending, and reckless policies in Washington are threatening your savings, your retirement, and your future. Hi, this is Glenn Beck. The only financial advisory firm I recommend in Atlanta is Nicholas Wealth Management. David Nicholas and his team believe protecting your money is about more than wealth. It's about defending your faith, your family, and your freedom. If your hard-earned retirement is left exposed to market chaos, higher taxes, or inflation, what happens to the life you've worked so hard to build? For over 20 years, David Nicholas has helped families right here in Atlanta fight back with retirement strategies built to better withstand uncertainty. Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 404-890-5606, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Aim to safeguard your future today.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies.
Hey, folks, how you doing? Kimmer here. Before you hang those Christmas lights, get your outdoor space looking sharp. My friends at Stovall & Company have been doing it right for over 75 years, family-owned business, locally run. They've opened their 11th location up there in Canton, Union Hill Road. You know, they have everything, by the way, trees and shrubs and stone and soil and irrigation supplies, all wholesale stuff, and they'll even deliver. If you need it right there, it's probably already on the way. Family business doing the year strong. Visit StovallInc.com. They have it all. StovallInc.com.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. The Senate has confirmed more than 300 of President Trump's civilian nominees since January. There was even a parliamentary maneuver to confirm some even faster. But Mr. Trump has withdrawn a record number of nominees for a president's first year in office, as he faces a combination of GOP pushback against some picks and vetting issues. The president has withdrawn 57 nominations this year. That's roughly double the 22 nominations he withdrew during the first year of his first administration. President Biden withdrew 29 during his first year. The pace of withdrawals is the highest since at least the Reagan administration. GOP senators say the White House isn't doing its diligence to properly vet nominees, let alone work with senators to see if they could get the votes on the floor. Perhaps the most vivid example was the months-long intra-party drama over Paul Ingracia's nomination to lead the office of special counsel. Word leaked that Ingracia made racist remarks in a group chat. Ingracia withdrew despite telling senators he had no recollection of these alleged chat leaks and did not concede their authenticity. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Fox on Tech. Artificial intelligence could now be helping Indiana Jones. Researchers in Israel have trained AI to read and catalog an ancient collection of Jewish documents, some of which are 1,000 years old. Known as the Cairo Geniza, the trove of writings include things like biblical pages, commentaries, and other things like medical journals written in Hebrew, in Aramaic, and in Arabic, and was recovered in the 18th and 19th centuries from a Cairo synagogue, but never before have the collection's 400,000 items been studied in their entirety. The AI will be ready to not only translate the documents, but input them into a searchable database, opening up the contents to scholars around the world who will, for the first time ever, have such wide-reaching access. The project is based in Israel, but it is funded by the main research arm of the European Union. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, December 4th. A new report says traffic deaths in metro Atlanta outpaced homicides last year. 425 lives lost on our roads. DeKalb County saw the most fatal crashes, and Fulton County had the most serious injuries, including pedestrians and cyclists. Advocates are calling for stronger safety laws, including stricter seatbelt requirements and banning all cell phone use, including hands-free devices for young drivers. A prison-based gang operation in Georgia. 16 members of the 1-8 Trey Gangster Bloods were convicted following a multi-year investigation into violent crime, drug trafficking, contraband cell phone smuggling, and child recruitment. Among those convicted was the gang's statewide leader, who directed criminal activity from prison. Prosecutors say the gang used emails and contraband phones to coordinate murders, drug distribution, and other illegal operations inside and outside state prisons. And Cobb EMC has released a holiday lights map showcasing some of the brightest Christmas displays across Cobb County. Residents can download the map, scan QR codes for directions, and vote for their favorite display. The top 3 homes will receive $500 donations to a charity of their choice. Today's weather, cloudy and cool with a high of 49. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra. We are honored to have Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury join us here on the Morning Extra to talk about the Freedom and Affordable Cars Initiative. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Terrific. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Removing these EV mandates and making buying a car more affordable for the American people, I think that's obviously the best step in the right direction, letting the free market work, let people buy what they want to buy. But the thing that stood out to me the most, and I think I would like for you to elaborate on if you can, is how do you think this and those decisions actually make our streets safer and traveling across the country safer?
That's a great question. I just heard the announcement on your program about traffic deaths in the Atlanta area. You know, the average age of a car on the highways in America today is approaching 13 years. We've got some used vehicles on the road that are on their 5th, 6th owner and that are 25 years old or more. It's the Cubanization, if you will, of the American auto fleet, and that is a huge safety issue because our National Highway Traffic Safety Administration statistics show that older used vehicles are far less safe in a highway crash than newer models of vehicles, particularly the new vehicles that are coming out with safety technology. So it is a safety imperative for America to enable America's families to buy new vehicles. We want Americans to buy more new vehicles because they are safer. And also, the more people buy new vehicles, that means the more newer used vehicles are available down the line to other Americans. And so it's just critical for safety. And that's a big part of what we're trying to do by resetting the fuel economy standards at levels that are realistic, that can actually be achieved by internal combustion engine vehicles, which is what Congress intended for the program. The previous administration was abusing this program and using it as part of their EV mandate. They were setting the standards at such unrealistic levels that could not be met by internal combustion engine vehicles and forcing the automakers to invest in shifting their production to electric vehicles, making the cost of all new vehicles much higher down the line. It doesn't matter what kind of vehicle, because the automakers' costs were going way up. And so every American, in terms of every model on the dealership floor, it was affecting them. And it also was eliminating choices because they were putting so much investment in the EV side that lots of the other kinds of models that American families wanted were either being eliminated or re-engineered in ways that made them much less useful to people, and so people were buying fewer of them. And that, again, is a safety issue for America.
Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury joins us on the Morning Extra, and I want to talk numbers with you, sir, because I've seen some of the data that the average cost of a new vehicle in America has risen to $50,000. When we start talking about models that are more oriented towards safety, $70,000 to $75,000. That is a world of difference from even a decade ago. Talk about that overall goal of lowering these costs and eliminating so many of these mandates that these companies like Ford were having to hit.
Well, that's right. That is the goal. It's not easy. Just changing the fuel economy standards are not overnight going to cause the cost of these new vehicles to drop significantly, but what they will do is give the automakers flexibility to design, build, and sell different lines and models of vehicles that Americans are going to want to buy. And so if you meet the demand and allow people to buy more vehicles at affordable levels, then you start to see that range of choices come into the market. And what we're trying to do is shift those investment incentives so that the automakers have the incentives to build and mass produce the range of models that Americans are going to want to buy at the right price point. And so then you'll see over time the very significant shift in the cost of new vehicles.
We are speaking with Stephen Bradbury. He's Deputy Secretary of Transportation, U.S. DOT, on the Morning Xtra, Tug and Los. I want to talk to you about being able to deduct your interest, because interest rates right now, because, look, I understand the administration's working really hard and putting pressure on the Fed and everybody else that they can to lower interest rates. We've not gotten there quite yet, but hopefully we will. But the benefit of being able to deduct your interest rate from your car, much like you do your home, this will change the outcome for business owners, small business owners, and then everyday Americans too.
That's right. And President Trump, if you saw his announcement, I was privileged to be in the Oval Office yesterday with the president and many members of Congress, Secretary Duffy, my boss at the Department of Transportation. The purpose of the announcement in the Oval Office was to announce these new fuel economy standards that we're proposing. That's the action we're taking. But the president also spent a good amount of time on exactly what you raised, which is a provision that was in the One Big Beautiful Bill that passed Congress in the summer. And it's very important to the president. I think it actually was the president's own idea, and that is Americans to deduct the interest cost of car loans. And the president pointed out that in the past, a lot of businesses and rich Americans had ways of deducting those loan costs, but now other Americans get the opportunity to do that, and that's huge. I mean, the president was actually pointing out that in a lot of ways that's even bigger than these changes in the CAFE standards, because it's real money for a lot of Americans. I mean, you're talking about it could be $10,000-$12,000 or more in interest costs that Americans would be allowed to deduct from their car loans. So that's huge. The president focused on that a lot yesterday.
Stephen Bradbury is our guest on the Morning Xtra. He's the Deputy Secretary of Transportation. I want to bring up the effect on small business owners, because one of the complaints that we've heard in the past is when you need to add new vehicles to your fleet, the cost is wild. It is way out of whack. And one of the discussion points that I've been hearing from the manufacturers, by changing these standards, you're going to be able to manufacture pickup trucks at even in the $20,000, $25,000 range, so that if you're looking to grow your local business, you're able to do that. How much has that been a focus by this administration?
Well, it's huge. I mean, the benefits to small business, to individual business owners, is enormous. And if you can build a pickup truck that people want to buy, and you don't have to meet some astronomical fuel economy goal, then that just makes those pickups more affordable for those small businesses. So it's definitely a huge benefit. Every time we do a big regulation like this, we have to take into account what will be the effects on small business. That's something that Congress has mandated, and I will tell you that administrations in the past haven't always given that requirement the careful attention that it needs. This is an example of a rulemaking that's going to have enormous benefits for small business.
Secretary Bradbury, Los and I this morning have talked about regulation and how it just causes issue for so many of these companies, these car companies, specifically Ford. You saw you were in the Oval Office, so you saw it up close. Him talking about the way that they have lost so much money on EV. And I want to address the naysayers, because there are going to be naysayers with, well, Donald Trump, he doesn't like EV. And that's not the case at all. He wants Americans, like the folks living in Atlanta, listening right now to Xtra 106.3, to have the option. If you want an EV, great, we're going to make it cheaper. If you want a hybrid, great, we're going to give you the opportunity. But if you want an old school, regular old, good old American pickup truck, internal combustion engine, you can have that too and save money. It's nothing to do with just eliminating EV.
That's right. Listen, America is about freedom of choice in the marketplace. freedom to choose your mode of transportation, what suits your needs. And also, that freedom is based on market demand, what people want to buy, what they're willing to put their hard-earned cash down for. And if there's demand for electric vehicles, and they are phenomenal technology, they're great for a lot of people in commuting situation, other types of situations. People who buy them love them. We have nothing against electric vehicles, but it should be based on and driven by genuine demand in the marketplace, because we have a free market economy.
Amen.
And, freedom is what this country's all about. The automobile is the freedom machine for Americans. That's the way it's been for 125 years, and Congress intended that to continue, and that's what we're doing with these fuel economy standards that we're proposing.
Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury joins us on the Morning Extra. I don't know if the administration has gotten a chance to see it as of yet, but Jensen Huang, the president and CEO of NVIDIA, gave Donald Trump an incredible compliment yesterday as part of a podcast. He talked about what this administration has done for energy, and not only what it means to the tech world, but what it means to the transportation world. He even brought up drill, baby, drill, that the minute he heard that, he talked about how the president was listening to so many of these manufacturing and tech leaders about what they need. How important has that been that the administration has heard a lot of support from the industry, that now that we've changed energy policy, it allows them to look into growth?
Well, it's huge. I mean, absolutely huge, Doug. I mean, America is the world's biggest producer of oil and gas. This is our asset. This is part of what makes us the strongest, most prosperous country in the world, is that base of energy. And, these fuel economy standards were originally approved by Congress back in the 1970s in response to the Arab oil embargo. And it was an effort to try to wean the United States of that critical dependence that we used to have on uncertain foreign sources of oil. And, the world has shifted. We are now the biggest producer. We have far less dependence on Middle Eastern oil and other uncertain sources of oil. And that's something that Congress has said we're supposed to take into account in this program. I will say that a lot of the energy problems we see in this country in terms of electricity supply is because the previous administration and some of our state governments are closing down efficient gas-powered electric power generating plants. And then also with all these data centers and everything else, there's a huge need to build more electric transmission lines. And so it's really because of those green policies trying to shift to so-called sustainable sources of electricity like solar and wind, which require subsidies and are actually not reliable 24/7 the way a gas-powered electric power plant is. It's those policies that have caused electric prices to go up in places like California and Minnesota and Illinois, et cetera, because of those blue state green dream policies. And this administration is completely flipping the script on that, and it's a huge part of what President Trump is doing as a policy matter, and it's really defending the quality of life for all Americans, the affordability of living for Americans, because power is such a critical part of it, and it is a big asset for America. Yep.
No doubt. We just appreciate your time this morning and what you and the president and Secretary Duffy are doing to let the free market work. So thank you, sir, for taking the time with us, and we appreciate y'all what y'all are doing for the country.
Well, amen, and thank you for having me on. Take care.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, great conversation. Honored to have Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury here on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. So much to recap and talk about. We'll talk about that on the flip side. And then the question must be asked: is or was Tim Walz compromised by the CCP?
How's he keep getting away with this stuff?
Dude, the man took the honeymoon in communist China. Something tells me. And when that happens, something shady. Something shady. It just doesn't add up. That math doesn't work. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, December 4th. The Atlanta Hawks are now 13-10 on the season after a surprising 115-92 loss at home to the struggling LA Clippers. No Jalen Johnson for that matchup. He's dealing with a right calf injury. The Hawks, they're off tonight. They're back in action Friday night as they host the Denver Nuggets at State Farm Arena. Week 14 in the NFL gets underway tonight with a pivotal matchup in the NFC playoffs as the Dallas Cowboys are on the road taking on the Detroit Lions. The Cowboys 6-5-1. Detroit is 7-5. Detroit is a 3-point favorite for this matchup. Kickoff is set for 8:15 with your sports headlines. I'm Carlos Medina.
Break a window, Southern Exteriors has you covered. You know, they do windows, doors, siding, roofing. They do millworks. They do gutters. Everything you need for the outside of your home. And they have these Provia lifetime glass breakage warranties on the windows that they put in. Every Provia window that Southern Exteriors installs comes with that lifetime protection of the glass itself. If it breaks for any reason, it's covered. No gimmicks, no loopholes, none of that. You know, you're out there in the front yard throwing a baseball around and it goes through the window. Happened at my house. Covered. I'll tell you what happened in my house when on our front porch. Our front porch is wide enough, but the front porch swing is a little too wide and it bumps into the window. We had to change that thing out because it broke the window. Had we had Southern Exteriors and Pro V lifetime glass breakage warranty, we'd have been in good shape. We didn't. Boy, we won't ever make that mistake again. When it's time for replacing the windows, and now is a good time to do it, there's nothing better, more energy efficient than those Pro V windows at Southern Exteriors. It makes the process quick, professional, and hassle-free. Expert installation and service you can trust. Get modern, energy-efficient windows built to last, backed by that lifetime glass warranty, that protection. Call 8779-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co.
Time now for the Retire Wise Report. James Parker here with financial advisor Sean Maloney, founder and CEO of Retire Wise. The big question for many of our listeners as they approach retirement is, will I be okay in retirement? Sean, how do you help someone figure out if they've saved enough to be comfortable?
Great question. There's a lot of different aspects to this, but the biggest thing is looking at risk. Look, there's a lot of different risks to your money, like market risk, there's healthcare costs, inflation, and taxes. All those need to be accounted for. Many people worry if they've saved enough. Am I going to outlive my money? Strategies to help preserve your wealth can be more important than the dollar amount that you saved. Get an analysis of your situation to help you get that clarity that you need.
Tell us about the offer you have for listeners.
If you're worried about if you'll be okay for retirement, you probably don't have a plan. You might not even know what I mean when I'm talking about, do you have a retirement plan? Well, we have a great resource for you guys. We have what's called the Retire Happy Framework Toolkit, and you can get that by calling or texting WISE to 770-802-2200. My team helped me put this thing together just for you, and it's a complimentary guide. And the center of this is a copy of my latest book, The Priority of Retirement. It has chapters from everything from investments to Social Security, income planning, and has other guides that go along with it as well, with some checklists in regards to all those different strategies and topics as well. So if you want to get that information in your hands today, call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. That's 770-802-2200.
Take advantage of this offer. Get your Retire Happy Framework today. Like Sean said, just text WISE to 770-802-2200. The team at Retire Wise will get you your Retire Happy Framework right away. So just call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor.
Did you know that there are over 34,000 lawyers in the state of Georgia? Yet despite that huge number, Bruce Hagen was recently named by his peers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state. Do you know who is not among the top 100 lawyers in the state? Some clown standing on top of an 18-wheeler. Those kind of lawyers may make flashy ads, but they're just marketers, not real lawyers. If you've been injured in a car wreck, you need Bruce Hagen, a real lawyer who tries cases and wins. Call Bruce Hagen. He's the real deal for your injury case. Hagen-law.com.
When I first started using a CPAP, getting supplies and equipment was a horrible hassle. It pretty much stayed that way until I discovered CPAPs, etc.com. Same-day shipping on anything you might need, including travel CPAPs, hoses, masks, you name it. Same-day shipping. CPAPsETC.com or visit their store in Alpharetta. So easy, and you could be preserving your health and saving your life.
Shannon Burke is back on the air in Atlanta. Well, sort of. He's live on The Kimmer Show every Thursday at 5 p.m.
The judges halted Trump repainting the executive building. Listen, there's one thing I didn't control on Trump. He's got to stop redecorating stuff.
Yeah,
I'm
he
good
can't
with the
make that ballroom.
But the executive building is granite. He wants to power wash it and paint it white. It's granite. Why would you paint the granite and stop with the gold? Please.
I know.
God forbid there's an open area on the wall. Oh, we got a bit of gold. Where's the gold? Let's put a gold piece right there.
The man can't help himself.
Atlanta's biggest conservative voices are only on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra. Get the app so you can listen live and on demand. If you ever miss anything, it is available for you there right away. And you can get the app for Apple and Android. A good discussion with Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury. It was cool. Do we have that clip handy? I want to, Jere, I want to play this for you. It was
you
yesterday.
want the whole thing?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. It was from yesterday at the Oval Office when all of this was coming down, and what it sounded like in the Oval Office that led to the conversation we just had.
Today we're taking one more step to kill the Green New scam as part of the greatest scam, probably, well, other than Russia, and a few others I could name. The greatest scam in American history, the Green New scam, and it's a quest to end the gasoline-powered car. This is what they wanted to do, even though we have more gasoline than any other country by far. And people want the gasoline car. They want everything. They want electric. They want to have lots of alternatives, but they do want the gasoline car. Right now, it's leading away by a lot. The car business is a very interesting business, but we want to keep it that way. I want to thank Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, Deputy Transportation Secretary Stephen Bradbury.
There you go, guy that we just spoke to. And,
there it is.
So much insight, Los. It was a good discussion. The thing that stood out to me is because probably in the next year, my wife's car has about 130,000 miles on it. It's a 2019. But we've driven so much with club athletics, high school athletics, and then now going to college baseball games. It's just got a lot of miles on it. So at some point, we know in the next year, we're probably going to need a new one. Yesterday, I learned that I'm going to be able to write some of that interest off. That benefits me immediately.
So my car, not the one I'm currently in now, the one previous, I thought it was the biggest jump in technology that I've ever encountered in a vehicle, where suddenly, and it's more than just like, oh, look, there's seat warmers. It's like, no, there's all these alerts when anyone's near you, or stopping power or backing up, and all the little things that go in, all the new technology that goes along with that. And to know that my car is actually 6 years old, well, if you get into any like the 2024s, 2025s, they're like spaceships, like the amount of safety features that are now part of it. And that's what I think about when it comes to my oldest daughter, who's going to have her permit here in about a month, and she's going to start that process. And I want to put her in a safe spaceship.
Of course.
So we'll be looking to do the exact same thing and write off what we can.
That's exactly right. We'll be shopping with the honest car guy.
In a world different than my 2019.
Yeah. I mean,
like I'll be talking to Tom and like, hey, this is what I'm looking for. I want a 2024, 2025. Here's what I want, and I want it to be as safe as possible.
Because there's not a moment in my life that's been more frightening to me as a dad To me as a father, this is when my son backed out of the driveway by himself for the first time. All those bells and whistles. Man, I don't care about, does it talk to you? Does it have, Siri changing song? I don't care about any of that. All I care about is the safety. Yeah. Because I know what I can control, and that's the safety of the car. I can't control anybody that's driving around my son, or you in your case with your daughter. I just know I can put them out in the safest vehicle.
I like that the administration has now, because you're going to have a challenge with home prices, because you're going to have to do some serious changes to the equity that's available. We do have the data. We have rents on apartments that are at a 4-month low. I wonder why that's happening.
Yeah. Deportations, maybe.
So we're getting after that. Your home, that's going to be a little bit different. Your car, okay, that's something you can attack. That's something that with just the idea of just stopping regulations, stopping crazy mandates, it's not like you're telling the automotive industry like the Biden administration did, do this or else, California. Right. We're done with any gas-guzzling vehicles, any standard vehicles by 2035. That's a dictatorial mandate. That eliminates choice. That is not what's happening here. It's we're removing this stuff so you can decide what you want to make and what you want to buy.
Los, you're trying to tell me that Donald Trump's not a dictator. That's what you're trying to tell me right now.
Yeah, well, he was going to be a dictator on day one.
I know, MPEG told me.
He's a dictator on day one.
But in California, that's where dictatorial processes are taking place. In the Oval Office yesterday, they were released. That's the difference in what they do and what Donald Trump would like to do.
Yes. Yesterday in the Oval Office, it was these crazy, silly, whatever name and number you want to attach to these mandates. These are no longer what the automotive industry is going to have to abide by.
Nobody happier than the automotive industry yesterday.
Yeah, because now you can see it. You can now start manufacturing vehicles that give people options. The number that I brought up was Stephen Bradbury, and this was through research on my own most recently. The average price car in America for a new car is $50,000. And if we're talking about, as in, I'm not saying a luxury vehicle. I'm saying if you want, hey, I want to get a Ford. I want an F-150 with a little bit of tech to it. $70,000.
Easy.
Not a problem. $75,000. That was the truck that your dad bought for like $28,000, $30,000.
Yeah.
That's what it used to cost you.
Now
but
it costs you the same thing. And you use the example of Mercedes and BMW, and it's true.
It is. That's what it is now.
Because people that drive Mercedes and BMWs, when they see F-150s decked out, they're still looking down their nose at you. Yeah. And if you drive a BMW or a Mercedes, good for you. I mean no ill will. Good for you. But you got to recognize, and probably they understand, but they still look down their nose a little bit. Oh, that's an old pickup truck. Yes, it's got as much technology as your stinking car does.
But that's where I should have the option. When it comes to me wanting to buy a Ford truck, and I want to get something new, and I don't need it all decked out, but I kind of want to, something on the lighter range.
Yeah, let's go mid-range.
Okay, how about it's $40,000?
Yeah.
That doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't. That's why we were talking about that little Toyota, and I can't remember the name of it, but the little Toyota that used to be in America.
It's the Helix?
Hilux.
Dang it,
Hilux.
That's twice.
That's all right, Hilux.
I got to go to my car guy. I have two car guys in this world. There's Tom, the honest car guy, then there's Jerry, the car guy.
Now, in Japan, it might be the Helix. I don't know what they say over there, but I know in America it's, give me that Hilux. Let's go mudding.
Well, that's because you live in Cherokee County.
That's right.
That may be part of it.
Yes.
You may be completely wrong.
It is. It's the Hilux.
You may be completely wrong just because of where we're from.
Around here, we call it the Hilux.
Around here, are you? No, but that's the funny part. But a cool conversation and a lot of fun to speak with. But I want you to understand that it was you that the deputy secretary wanted to talk to. It wasn't Lowe's and I.
The word is out.
It was you that they wanted to talk to.
Here's one of the places to go talk to people.
You that they wanted to get the message. That's the reason they reached out, to access you. Understand the power that you have here on Xtra 106.3, and we're grateful to just be the conduit to get the Deputy Secretary of Transportation, Stephen Bradbury, in front of you.
Who just got love yesterday in the Oval Office from Donald Trump, and he's like, no, I want to be on in Atlanta with this radio station.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Thank you for that. Says the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. I do want to get to that Tim Walz discussion about the compromise that I believe he has with the CCP and some of the reasoning behind that. And then maybe the biggest other threat to America that never gets discussed. Next at Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
It's the winter of 1975, I believe. Donna and I are in Moscow, Soviet Union, among the first Americans to be permitted to move in with Soviet citizens and see how they live. The husband is Boris, the wife's name, Irene. Irene wants to cook dinner for us one night, asks me if I want to go shopping with her. So off we go, trudging through the snow and the mud. We go to one dingy store, they have a loaf of bread available, we buy it. In another store, they had, I don't know, a rutabaga, something. And in a third store, they had a piece of meat. You were even wading in mud in those stores. Irene took this all home and did her best to make us a nice meal, and oh, how we appreciated it. Fast forward, it's 6 months later. Irene and Boris are visiting us in Atlanta. It's Irene's first trip out of the Soviet Union. She's 39 years old. On the way home, we decide we're going to stop by and get some groceries to fix dinner. We go to a place called Harry's Farmers Market. Maybe some of you remember it. It's massive, with more food than you could ever imagine. We go into the front door, we get a basket, and we start walking in to do some shopping. Where's Irene? We turn around, she's not there. We go back to the entrance. She's standing at the entrance, looking at this grocery store, something she's never seen before in her life, and tears are coming down her cheeks. She can't believe what she is seeing. Life in America versus life in the Soviet Union. I learned to love our country even more that night. I wish more Americans could have that experience. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
I am Michael Green, chef and third-generation owner of Matthew's Cafeteria, located on Main Street in historic downtown Tucker, Georgia. We have been serving Southern comfort favorites since my grandparents opened the doors in 1955. 70 years later, Matthew's is still preparing those same recipes. Come in today, grab a tray and sit down to award-winning fried chicken, turkey and dressing, hand-peeled mashed potatoes, and made-from-scratch biscuits, pies, and cobblers. Serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner 6 days a week. Come and see us today and experience the Matthew's way.
Ho, ho, holy cow. Family and friends are coming for the holidays, and you need some projects done around the house before they arrive. Relax. We've got you covered. Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia from the Trusted Toolbox. With our handyman for a day deal, we can knock out all those projects you've been putting off for months. From plumbing issues and painting to flooring, fencing, trim work, and much, much more. So get your home ready for the holidays and call us at 770-623-3097, or you can always book it online at thetrustedtoolbox.com.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car, an honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Deployed to Capitol Hill. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. And lawmakers in House and Senate private briefings will ask Mitch Bradley about a controversial attack he ordered in September and the ongoing operation off the Venezuelan coast that's blown up more than 20 boats suspected of illegal drug trafficking, killing dozens of alleged narco-terrorists.
War Secretary Pete Hegseth says he saw that first strike live, but was not informed of the follow-on strike until hours later that killed the initial 2 survivors. The New York Times reports Hegseth and the Pentagon had planned for this contingency. Quote, the military secretary would attempt to rescue survivors who appeared to be helpless, shipwrecked, or out of what the administration considers a fight. But it would try again to kill them if they took what the United States deemed to be a hostile action.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. While Secretary Hegseth is in the middle of that, an Inspector General's report comes out today on a controversy from months ago. The Signal group chat where Hegseth discussed military strikes on Houthi militants in Yemen. A Hegseth spokesperson says the report exonerates him that he did not break the law sharing classified information. But Fox's Jennifer Griffin reports that IG
concluded Secretary Pete Hegseth, quote, created risks to operational security, and his actions, sharing operational details before the strike was complete on the commercially available app Signal, quote, could have resulted in failed U.S. mission objectives and potential harm to U.S. pilots.
It's confirmed in Israel. Another dead hostage returned by Hamas.
So Tisak Rintalak from Thailand was killed during the massacre by Hamas in southern Israel on October 7th, 2023. He was an agricultural worker employed at a kibbutz. His return means Israeli Ran Gavili is the last hostage whose remains are still in Gaza.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Luigi Mangione returns to court this morning, 1 year to the day after the murder. He's charged in the shooting outside a New York City hotel of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. A pretrial hearing continues. America's listening to...
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the time of the year most of us are checking off our holiday gift list. Identity thieves have lists too, and your personal information might be on that list. Protect your identity with LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every single second and alerts you to the threats you could miss yourself. If your identity is stolen, your own U.S.-based restoration specialist is going to work to fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Make this season about joy, not identity theft, with LifeLock. Save up to 40% off your first year at LifeLock.com with the promo code BECK. Terms apply.
The news and talk I can trust. Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3 in the app available for you now. All the content that you've gotten in the first 2 hours of the show will be available right there. Download the app now, listen live or on demand. Like, I'm not saying that you should turn away now. We're picking up at 8.
Nope.
Great content ahead. Plenty of great discussions and topics that are prevalent to your life in Atlanta and your life as an American in this country. But when you get a chance, go back and listen to the first 2 hours if you missed.
I would like to make an announcement.
Oh, wow. Do we have a signal sounder or something?
No, it's okay. It doesn't have to be that.
Doesn't have to be that elaborate. Okay.
No. Stripper Thursday is now resumed.
Let's go. We had to clean it up.
We had to clean it up at the 7 o'clock hour. We had guests coming over.
Right.
You know when you, as a family,
yes,
you decide you're going to have to act right?
Yes. And like when I was growing up, it was make sure the living room's clean, you vacuum, you do all the small things. I mean, you're not doing deep cleaning. It's all surface cleaning for the appearance when the guests come over that you're not pigs.
One of the things that my wife does is she'll say, hey, will you take out the basement trash? Mm-hmm. And why does that seem like a big deal? I mean, it's basement trash. What's the big deal? Well, after a weekend of myself and let's say my father-in-law, my stepdad around, or my dad around, that thing is filled with bottles.
Yeah.
And anybody who steps on that thing to throw something away goes, oh my God, what have they been doing down here?
And there's a little bit of an odor too, you know, with leftover beers that's been sitting for a day or two.
So she just says, will you take care of that basement trash? I don't want everyone who's around to know what you guys are involved in.
Yes.
You just clean up a little bit. So Stripper Thursday's back on. Now we can do this. Ha ha!
Let's go!
But yes, thank you to the Deputy Secretary of Transportation. Yeah. That was very cool to have the White House, have the administration reach out and say, we want to talk about these new fuel standards and we want to make sure we get in front of your audience in Atlanta.
They made the point to call us to access you, want to make it clear. It has nothing to do with us, and it's all about you. It is all about being in front of you and speaking directly to you.
And to know how effective this is, because we keep this on the monitors. At home, you have a television. We have monitors.
Yeah. They're the same thing, but they're called something
different.
No,
monitors. It's important because we're monitoring the situation.
That's right. It sounds.
You watch TV.
That's right.
I monitor situations.
Right. That's exactly right.
So if you're on Fox and Friends, you'll get the talk about affordability. And they will show you, including Stephen Bradbury and everyone in the Oval Office, about the new fuel efficiency standards and what it's going to do and how it's going to affect the automobile industry and what it's going to do for the future cars that you want to buy while also being able to deduct the interest on your car loan. If you happen to be a PMS Now person, Morning Joe, all they can talk about is Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, because
there's not one discussion point about how things just changed from the Green New Deal to this is going to be more affordable for you and your family by getting rid of these mandates. They don't want to say. We've been on it for 2 hours. They haven't talked about it one time. Not once.
They've talked about the Signal chat from almost a year ago.
It's what their audience wants, but it's crazy, isn't it?
It's nuts. We dissected this for you already. You already know that there's nothing to see there. When later today, when the IG from the Pentagon, when the report is out, it's going to show nothing. It's going to show that was it sloppy? Yes, we discussed that already. Did something illegal happen? No, absolutely not. And we discussed that as well. But what can they do at MS Now? They can lure Aunt Peg along. They'll have her watching all morning so she has the talking point. You know he talking about Hegseth, put our troops in danger.
Now, I do enjoy that they're calling it the double tap hoax. Mm-hmm. Pete Hegseth, what he did, they hit one of the drug boats. Then he showed up there and he double tapped them to finish it off.
Said kill them all.
Well, ABC News then actually had the report and the video. The drug runners, the drug traffickers, the narco-terrorists on that boat got back onto the boat after it was hit and tried to collect up the drugs to get out of there.
And go.
And why did they get hit again? Because you got hit again. It was still operational.
They weren't swimming in the water.
They weren't sitting there. They're holding on to the boat.
And life rings.
Oh, holy Jesus. We need to get them out of the water. We need to treat them like typical POWs in a war. Well, ABC blew that one up.
Yeah, and the AP has even picked up the story. Not conservative outlets. Neither of them. But they had to tell the truth on this one because the truth is available.
But that's what Morning Joe is still having to run with. They're still probably 24 hours, maybe by the time we hit Saturday, where this story completely goes away.
You mean like Epstein?
Isn't that funny how when it was connected to donation to Hakeem Jeffries, you don't hear a word about Epstein ever again? 8 o'clock hour, by the way. 8 o'clock on Thursday. That is the second time you've heard about Epstein all week on this program, because the first time it was, have you noticed how they won't bring up Epstein anymore?
Yeah.
They won't say a word about it. It was wall to wall. Then everything came out and it was, oh God, he really is connected as a Democrat donor to all the Democrat Party. The anti-American party is stuck with Epstein, so they don't bring it up anymore at all.
How did they not know? How did they not know?
Because they bought into the dogma. They bought into the religion.
They bought into their own BS is what they bought into.
They've said it so many times, and
they've convinced that they convinced themselves. I'm sure of it.
But it does catch certain people.
Oh, Aunt Peg was in.
One of the segments that we will get a chance to talk about is there was a moment on Joe Rogan's podcast with Jensen Huang, the president CEO of NVIDIA, and he had some great things to say about Donald Trump. And so we'll get into a portion of that. One of the things that Joe Rogan brought up, he's like, I think that Donald Trump is pretty level-headed, but I don't like when he says certain things. He's like, I don't like when he calls a reporter Piggy. We're like, her name was Peggy. Said, no, Peggy. But when you're on Air Force One on a flight, suddenly the story was, can you believe how he called that woman Piggy? And so that ends up being what you catch when you're just checking out certain versions of social media.
And it gets a lot of people.
You don't get the story.
Yeah.
And then you buy into the dogma. There was actually people that firmly believed that Donald Trump was not just a pedophile, but he was like knee deep into Epstein stuff. No, it was the Democrats.
Yeah.
Why do you think it went away so quick?
That's right.
Why do you think? Again, let's use sound, normal logic. If you ran the White House and essentially the Department of Justice from 2021 to 2025, why did you never see any of this stuff?
When they had full access to it.
If it was going to hurt Donald Trump, why did you never see any of this? Do you think they forgot?
Or in 2016?
you think that they were just like, Because remember, by 2018, he's in prison, he's dead. They always had this stuff, and they always knew, but they don't bring this stuff up. So when you wonder, why won't they talk about this on this show? Because it's not advantageous to their audience. It's not catnip for Aunt Peg. I have my own catnip. It's not this stuff.
Technology.
I'm like, ooh, catnip. I'm here.
Free markets.
What's up? Tell me more.
Yeah, that's right. Immediately. That's why it's so important. And that's something that we brought up with the deputy secretary is this has nothing to do with taking your EV away from you. If you want to drive an EV,
have at it.
Go.
I think
that's
they're cool.
The beauty of the free market.
I think that when you ride in a Tesla,
it's awesome.
It's a fun ride.
For our own company, they got the Ford Mach-E.
Sure.
That's wrapped in our sister station, The Fan, and the logos of Xtra 106.3. Thing's cool, man. Now, I would get range anxiety.
Yes.
When that thing starts creeping down to, let's say, 15, 20 miles. Wait a minute. How do I know that that's calculating right? And where do I take it to charge? It's not like a Tesla where there's designated charging stations, a network across the country. Because the government was involved.
The government was involved in charging stations.
And
they didn't get any charging stations.
And I think they opened like 18 and spent billions.
Comedy.
So, but that's the point, right? If you want to drive it, you can. But if you don't, like me, I want to drive an old pickup truck. That's what I can drive.
State of California, it's pretty funny when they mandated by 2035 only the manufacturer of electronic vehicles in their state. And then they proceeded to tell everyone, but don't plug yours in all at the same time. Our grid can't support it.
Sorry. Seems like something you would have taken care of before the mandate.
Judge me by my intentions, not my results. That is how the anti-American party ends up flying that flag.
Every stinking time. Tug and Los until 10, 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Call Chuck and his team. Tim Walz is a guy that we were very fortunate that we do not have him.
Jazz hands.
Mr. Jazz hands, Mr. Jump kicks, Mr. Cheerleader man. We're so fortunate not to have him as the VP. And thank the good Lord in heaven that we don't. But I remember when we were talking about this first, and some of the issue of him being compromised by the CCP, and I was nervous about it. The CCP allegedly paid for his honeymoon. For him to, who takes a honeymoon in communist China?
Why? Let me take a step back. First off, how did he get to the point of being a VP candidate when he was so poorly vetted? For instance, the whole discussion about deployment. And when he said, I carried a weapon of war in a combat theater, it's like you're in Italy. So you lied about that.
Italy's not a war zone, in case you just have any question about that.
Just so you know, we're aware that this wasn't 1942 Italy. It's like, no, this was 1995. So there was that. There was the leaving the troops before they deployed. He decided to retire. Okay, you don't want to deploy with your men? That's what you decided to do.
But his men had a different opinion of that.
He was also a football coach. That turned out to not be true. He was an assistant coach. He was never a head coach. They tried to push that. He was a head football coach over here. But at least all those were not disqualifying issues for the Democrat Party. So by the time we now get to these Somalis that are in Minneapolis, Minnesota, that have stolen $1 billion by setting up their own clinics and diagnosing autism in their population with their kids. As it turned out, it was a front. It was a lie. It was a way to steal money. They had $3 million worth of money that would have gone to this program in 2018. By the time in 2023 that we've got the last data, it was $399 million. Are you telling me suddenly that you had that much autism in your community? To the tune of $399 million in taxpayer money. So now the floodgates are open. Now everyone's questioning everything about Tim Walz, except for the murder. The murder is the only thing that doesn't come up. The guy who killed the state representative in Minnesota, and the killer said, well, Tim wanted me to kill her and wanted me to go kill the senator.
Do what now? That's the way my late father would have said.
That was swept under the rug.
Do what?
So you had him, again, this is the story. That's what it was. It was swept under the rug. Well, here's another story. And this was from 2024. You're going to hear this from Tucker Carlson's podcast. And what it references is what happened during 1995. You had just had Tim Walz return from his honeymoon, and he just so happened to have secure access to particular points of data. I'm going to let the podcaster explain what's been alleged, what was told to FBI investigators, but Tim Walz had friends in the right places where this never went anywhere.
I've spoken to a couple people that served with Tim Walz in Nebraska in that guard unit, and they suspect, and we've done stories and tried to reach out to Walz for comment, but they suspect that perhaps he took their standard operating procedure, the SOP, for the Howitzer Army tank. He was assigned to this tank. It was nuclear capable, and this was all laid out in the SOP that goes missing while he's there. And
the manual goes missing?
Right, and they had talked to the FBI about this as well. There's so many questions.
What does that mean? So why did they talk to the FBI?
They think that he's traveling back and forth from China at this time, and then we also know that this howitzer...
Wait.
I know I sound crazy right now.
No, you don't sound crazy at all. You're recounting the facts.
Yeah.
You were saying that men he worked with in the National Guard in Nebraska went to the FBI because they believed he had given classified military secrets to the Chinese government?
They suspect that he did, and
well, they suspected to the point that they went to the FBI.
Well, this was all when all these stories are coming out finally about his background, and they're like, maybe we should talk about this. These are guys that back then didn't report this. This was in the early 90s, and they always talked about it amongst themselves. And I think that they weren't completely aware of, the potential threat something like this could pose, but they always thought this was very strange. And then China started producing almost a carbon copy of this military tank a couple of years later.
Come on. For real?
According to all of our research.
How do you like that one? That a manual...
An SOP, standard operating procedures,
that lines out the capabilities of this particular tank ends up being carbon copied by the Chinese. One of the only people that had access to the secure area is Tim Walz. And Tim Walz has already done now 9 trips, including a honeymoon, paid for by the CCP to China. If it smells like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, might be a duck.
I bet even most likely would be a duck.
Allegedly. But enough so that...
it's all alleged,
enough so that other members who are serving with him went to the FBI and said, hey, we think we know what happened to it.
I mean, this dude started his educational career at 25 teaching in communist China. He was there teaching around the time the Tiananmen Square incident happened. There's so many just overlaps. There's so many times that he was in China. And then this with the howitzer tanks is unreal. This is one of the biggest, if this is ultimately correct, this would be one of the biggest acts of treason imaginable. I mean, this is a one-of-a-kind tank that we can only produce.
So my question then becomes, from this point, you had Kamala Harris that selected this man as a vice president. And I firmly believe that they either did a terrible job of vetting this person or it actually qualified him for everything within higher office.
Exactly what they were looking for. Exactly.
We need somebody who's close with the CCP. Who could get more closer than this?
That's right. Just something to ponder.
Just something to throw around there.
Something to think about.
When you think that all we're doing is putting on the tinfoil hats. Like, no, we are telling you about what investigations have gone on in the past with this man and why everything's now open season based on $1 billion being stolen from American taxpayers by Somalis they brought in.
We're giving you the details. You can put on the hat if you want to. Totally up to you.
I got it right over here.
Yeah, it sits just to the left of Los's monitor.
Because I'm monitoring.
I know you are.
I'm not watching.
That's right. When we continue, the focus on energy and technology has already come up a bunch in the show today. And how it will make America great again. Next on Extra.
Get connected to Extra 106.3 on all your favorite apps. Then download ours and stream the station across Georgia. We're live online at extra1063.com. Stream live video from the studios on YouTube. And of course, Kimmer, Bortz, and your favorite Extra shows in crystal clear digital on the Extra 106.3 app.
Okay, who just opened your Obamacare or Marketplace renewal and almost fell off that chair? Hey, 35%, and it's not even any better? You're not crazy. They keep jacking the premium and giving you less. I don't know about this stuff, but I know who does. I go to Steven, the health insurance doctor. I send people there because he's been doing this 16 years. He wins awards for this stuff. He helps the self-employed, 1099, small business owners, the people actually paying for their own insurance. But you're going to get corporate-style coverage, nationwide PPO. How about lower zero deductibles, plans that pay you cash benefits when you use them? And he does it all around the year round there because, you know what, he's independent. He's got multiple carriers to quote. A lot of you are going to see that premium go right down instead of up. And in some cases, saving to 60% over that renewal number. He works for you, not Washington. Here's the number, 678-523-0759. 678-523-0759. Or go to healthinsurancedoctor.net. It's Steven, not a call center. Your plan, your savings, and tell him the Kimmer sent you.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Jaron Solomon here, and every year there's a new phone, a new tablet, a new trend, but some things never lose their value or their sparkle. This Christmas, make it unforgettable at Solomon Brothers Jewelers. You'll find gifts that sparkle as bright as the season, from our famous diamond studs to timeless tennis bracelets and trendy yellow gold necklaces starting at $9.99. It seems like every year, everything gets more expensive, except here. Our holiday gift guides make it easy to find the perfect piece, and with our low price guarantee and flexible financing, luxury has never been more accessible. This holiday season, choose timeless over temporary. Choose jewelry. Visit SolomonBrothers.com to explore the gift guides or book your private appointment today to further customize your shopping experience. Solomon Brothers, Atlanta's trusted Christmas destination for over 40 years.
Fox 2.
I'm Michelle Polino.
Puff Daddy.
Streaming on Netflix, Sean Combs' The Reckoning, the 4-part miniseries exploring the sexual misconduct allegations against iconic producer-rapper Sean Diddy Combs. 50 Cent executive produced. Back for season 2, Anne Rice's Mayfair Witches, the supernatural AMC thriller based on author Anne Rice's Lives of the Mayfair Witches novels about a prominent New Orleans family with a historical connection to a mysterious, shape-shifting spirit known as Lasher. The Abandons, the debut Western drama series developed by Sons of Anarchy vet Kurt Sutter, set in the Washington Territory of the 1850s. It tracks the conflict over a plot of land between two very different families. Gillian Anderson and Lena Headey co-star. With Love Megan Holiday Celebration, a holiday special featuring the Duchess of Sussex, sharing seasonal tips from a home in Montecito, California. That's Fox Tube on Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, December 4th. A new report says traffic deaths in metro Atlanta outpaced homicides last year. 425 lives lost on our roads. DeKalb County saw the most fatal crashes, and Fulton County had the most serious injuries, including pedestrians and cyclists. Advocates are calling for stronger safety laws, including stricter seatbelt requirements and banning all cell phone use, including hands-free devices for young drivers. A prison-based gang operation in Georgia, 16 members of the 1-8 Trey Gangster Bloods were convicted following a multi-year investigation into violent crime, drug trafficking, contraband cell phone smuggling, and child recruitment. Among those convicted was the gang's statewide leader, who directed criminal activity from prison. Prosecutors say the gang used emails and contraband phones to coordinate murders, drug distribution, and other illegal operations inside and outside state prisons. And Cobb EMC has released a holiday lights map showcasing some of the brightest Christmas displays across Cobb County. Residents can download the map, scan QR codes for directions, and vote for their favorite display. The top 3 homes will receive $500 donations to a charity of their choice. Today's weather, cloudy and cool with a high of 49. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts, where you can get up to $2,100 in rebates and 5 months of 0% financing on a new carrier system. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. You get both, not just one. You get both. You don't have to choose. So if you need a new system, it's the way to go. Yesterday, I get this text from Los, and we text back and forth throughout the day, as you might imagine.
I love you.
How you been, man? I miss you.
Here's an eggplant.
I know. That's right. But like, and then my wife, she'll see that.
I don't like the kind of relationship you have with him. What? That's what my wife says.
Why did she send you that? That's an odd thing to send you. Why don't you worry about it, woman?
Why do y'all continue to send things that there's no way you could ever air or talk about? Because it makes us laugh.
That's right. There's dark humor involved. But Los, once in a while, he'll send me a podcast, or I'll send him something that I'm not supposed to laugh at that I do. And this one I thought was so fascinating, and it went so well with most of the discussion that is taking place on the show today. And it was the Joe Rogan podcast and the president of NVIDIA. And I love what he said, Los. He said, we feel pretty good about the way AI is going. And Joe Rogan jumps in. He was like, yeah, but let's say it's 80% good, 20% bad. It's like if you are able to, have a revolver with 10 bullets in it, you pull out 8 of them and you start pulling the trigger, you still don't feel good about that 20%.
So it's still the 20%. But the entire discussion with Jensen Huang, like I said, president, CEO, founder of NVIDIA, and you know the name of the company, you wonder what they do. They are now at the forefront of AI technology because they used to, and they still do, build the best video cards in the world for computer gaming. That's how it started.
Crazy it started with that.
It was
because gaming takes a beating most of the time in media.
Sure. It was, we believe that 3D gaming is where it's all going. What video card's going to be able to handle it the best? And then it built from there. But Jensen Huang, the reason why we bring this up, the first 10 minutes of that podcast with Joe Rogan, he's talking about how great it is to have somebody like Donald Trump in office. Now, Jensen Huang, at no point is he telling you about his political views. What he's saying is there's a president that supports 2 of the primary issues we need in this country: manufacturing, energy development. He talked about what is going to happen over the next 2 to 3 years and then 20 years down the road. He's like, we are constantly in a technological race.
Always. We always have been.
Who can build cars the best? Who can develop energy the best? Who can, when we're in a world war, who can create as many weapons of war as quickly as possible? Who can get to the moon first? The space race. He says this is just the next one that we're in, and we're involved with the Chinese. And it's like, and what we need is American manufacturing and American energy. So you couple that with even what the administration was doing in terms of American energy and transportation. Jensen Huang was talking about what you're going to see your cars are going to be capable of doing because of both.
Shoot, what they're already capable of doing. And then 18 months from now, 3 years from now, what your car will look like, what it'll be capable of doing. It might just drive itself.
The autonomous vehicle is real.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen Waymo here in Atlanta.
Waymo is around. Now, do I feel uncomfortable? Yes. Does that make me a caveman? Yes.
A little bit.
I don't know about getting in that thing. What if it talks to me?
Or
stick my toe in it like it's a pool.
What about if you go to wherever you're going? Let's say you're going to the SEC Championship downtown. Let's say you're taking the Waymo. If you can even do that, and I don't know. But what if one of the roads is closed? Does the Waymo know that? Because usually my GPS doesn't know that.
I don't know that.
But that's my point.
GPS won't. Waymo has a better shot at it.
And who do you ask? If there's nobody to ask, who do you ask? Do you send a text in the app? What do you do?
I'll let my Waymo, because my Waymo's been talking with all the rest of the Waymos.
Which sounds filthy, by the way.
That's right.
My way.
But that was my big takeaway from that podcast. Well, as they're telling the story of NVIDIA, and it's a fascinating story. The company almost went out of business 2 different times. It's now worth, I think it's like $3 trillion.
Heavens.
Yeah, there was a final $5 million investment based on a company. It was Sega.
Yeah.
Sega was getting ready to pull the plug. Yeah. And Jensen Huang just like, can you give me the last $5 million?
But explain how it got to there.
So they were telling the story, and this is where we talk about, and this was a lot of the discussion when we started talking about small business and why it's so important to have an administration that is supporting that. When Stephen Bradbury was talking about small business that are looking to grow and innovate, we need to create a marketplace for them to do so. Free of mandates, free of cumbersome, burdensome, and expensive regulations. So Jensen Huang and the other two founders of NVIDIA, they made a deal with Sega, and it was to help build like their next console. And they found out pretty quickly, we can't do it. It's like we've gotten it all wrong.
Right, but the deal's in place. Contract signed.
Contract signed. Here's what it is. He had to go to Japan.
Hat in hand.
And tell basically the CEO, I can't deliver. He's like, it would be a waste. It's like, and you would have a bad console, and it's going to crash, and it's all bad.
But
can you let us out of our contract and give us the final $5 million you owe us as an investment?
But can you let us out of our contract and still give us all that money that we can't deliver on?
We failed you.
What?
Could you imagine if you had somebody, let's say they were rebuilding 3 bathrooms in your home, and they have completely failed to deliver.
I've experienced this, by the way.
And the last thing he tells you is, hey, that final 10 grand, can you give it to me and then you can have part ownership in my company?
Not no, but hell no. It would have been my answer.
Because I see your work.
Right, it's awful. It's
see
no
what's
good.
happened here.
It's failed.
It kept the lights on. It allowed them to keep building.
Because Sega said yes.
Sega
for
agreed.
Some random reason, which is beyond me.
Said the CEO liked him, is what Jensen Huang was talking about. But the cool part was that $500 million, by the time it went public, turned into $300 million. Sega sold it. It'd be worth $1 trillion now. Pretty amazing. But Jensen Huang's just talking about the reason why we were able to do this is because you didn't have a burdensome marketplace where you couldn't innovate. And that's what was so representative of what the Biden administration was doing in so much of manufacturing. They slapped on so many regulations that were empowering to government that you couldn't get anything done unless you jumped through the government hoops. And oftentimes, every single time when there is regulation, it's how you greasing them skids. How am I going to make my money off of this?
And he even brought up an example of the United States of America shortly after the revolution and the fact that all this technology had exploded in Europe. And the Americans didn't know anything about regulation. They didn't care about it. They're just like, how do we use what they've done in the United States? And that created such an atmosphere of growth and technology in this country without regulation.
When you think about
unfettered.
The tech boom of the 1990s, largely I would say that I'd consider it successful. Now, did we have some issues that went along with that where companies had a large amount of investment and then they just plummeted right through the floor when the tech bubble burst? Yeah, that happened. But the way that technology exploded over that decade to where things that we now have on an everyday basis. And you remember, like, when we were growing up, we actually had encyclopedias in schools.
Yes, my mama used to buy them at Kroger.
You would have an encyclopedia set.
Funkin' Wagnalls.
Yeah, I have more computing power, more research capability on my phone. Okay, there's more technology in my phone than went to the moon, supposedly. That's unheard of, but that was part of that innovation during that time period, and there were not cumbersome regulations to it. It just fostered creativity, and so I just have a belief in the American small business owner,
the backbone of America,
and the American worker to innovate. That if you give them room, if you give them capital, it's easier to secure and get out of the way. Watch what happens.
No, I agree with you. I've seen it. We've all seen it happen. This country is founded and based on your description right there. I loved what Jensen Huang said about Donald Trump because he's been called a dictator for 10 years now, right? And I've never heard a dictator described as a good listener. Never heard that. Never heard a dictator be someone who implements common sense all the time. And the president of NVIDIA said that's exactly what he does. He listens. He wants to know what we need and then wants to get out of the way and let us succeed.
And Jensen Huang pointed out that they have, like, he personally has a phone number to call the administration.
Physically calls them.
And say, here's what our challenge is. Here's where things are going. This is what we need. He says they've never not taken my phone call, and they listen like, okay, we'll see what we get you there. So it's no surprise when you have the CEO of Ford who's sitting in the Oval Office, and he's like, this is what this is going to do for us.
Another leader in industry.
Because I'm quite certain that Ford at some point said, listen, these CAFE standards.
No way.
These are brutal.
And that's why they banked on EV and lost $5 billion last year and will lose $5 billion this year.
We've talked about that story now for the better part of a year. We hadn't even heard Ford begging for like some sort of change or help. They're like, here's the problem. This is not marketable.
It's not going to work.
We can't do it. We're not an EV company.
And people aren't interested in it, just to be completely frank.
Quite honestly, if you told me that I had to go buy an EV, or let's just say I had the urge to do so, nothing against Ford, I'm going to go get it from somebody who builds EVs.
Like Tesla.
Yes.
Me too.
Now, if I want a pickup truck, I'm not going to go buy Teslas. I'm going to go to Ford.
Because they got that weird EV, whatever that thing that looks like a refrigerator upside down. I mean, look, if you like it, you like it. It's great.
But that's choice in the marketplace for me and not exactly being mandated.
And I want a truck that can do the job. I don't know. Maybe the Tesla truck can do the Cybertruck.
It's incredible. Cybertruck's incredible.
Yeah, maybe it can do the job, but I know a Ford can do the job on the job site if you're going to construct. I know it.
I've gotten the fun out of watching. This was early on when the Cybertruck got out, and you had regular dudes working construction, and they were trying to show you how they were trying to load boards into it. I'm like, this isn't built for that.
Exactly right. Exactly right. That's
build the materials. It's not built for it.
That's why you go get a GMC Sierra.
That's right.
You know that it works.
That's what that's built for.
It's been proven for 100 years.
Now, if I had a really amazing boat and I wanted to have the whole Cybertruck deal, I'd tow that thing all day long here. But if I'm looking to build something, sorry, I'm going to GMC. I'm going to Ford. I'm going to Chevy. I'm like, what do you got?
Give me the tried and true. Give me the tested, and that's not again.
But that's how the market plays.
Exactly right.
It's like, Tug, what do you need? You have a truck that you largely use for commuting, and when you were in that lifestyle of, hey, I'm dad, we're over at this tournament, I got to bring all the equipment.
That's right.
Truck perfect for it.
Throw it right in the back.
Throw it right in the back and let's go.
When I moved my son to Charleston.
Went back and forth to college.
Home.
Back and forth.
I moved him to Augusta. Home. What did I use? I loaded that pickup truck up, and guess what? We had zero issue. It's built for it.
And there was no point, like what will happen in California, there was no point where you were told, well, you can't get a hold of that truck unless you buy one from 10 or 15 years ago. Instead, it's on you to be able to make a choice. Hey, do I want an EV truck this time around? I'm just commuting back and forth, not very far. Okay, makes some sense. Am I driving to South Carolina or Augusta on a regular basis? Sorry, I'm not interested in that one. I'm going because I'm used gas powered.
Yeah, I don't trust it. Maybe it does work. I just don't know.
I have a good friend of mine. Unfortunately, his Tesla got totaled. It's his baby. Man, he loved that car. In fact, I'm going to text him and be like, "Are you doing it again?" His wife hated it.
Interesting.
Not because she didn't like the ride, but whenever they would go down to Florida and he insisted on driving, she's like, we got to stop for an hour.
To recharge.
To recharge that car.
Not convenient.
And it's like 5.5, 6 hours to where their place is. So she's like, I started driving on my own with the kids so that he has to stop at the charging station for an hour. We're going to beat you home by an hour.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I don't want any part of that. And like for me, all three of our cars, mine, my wife, my son, all paid off and have been. Like we worked really hard. I mean, it's almost like Dave Ramsey style. Like how do we snowball this and get these things paid off as quick? Because I don't want debt. The only debt we have, much like I think you and your wife, is our home. That's it. It's the only debt we have.
I got a car and a house.
Yeah. Well, that's just because you just bought a car. Otherwise, you wouldn't. But my point being, if we wanted like a commuter that was an EV, I could see that. You know, just driving around Alpharetta at home or maybe driving down to a ball game and back home. And then it makes sense. But I don't know that I want to spend that type of money just to be able to drive it once in a while.
That is the idea of the 15-minute city. That is so much of what the left wants to push, where you live, work, play, everything is in a very small community. That's not how you and I operate. I was going to say, I live in Cumming, you live in Alpharetta. We live further away from the state. It ain't 15 minutes. Right. It's like, but that's that idea of being tethered to this stuff, and here's your vehicle that makes sure you're tethered.
The one thing we didn't get into that I thought was really fascinating was Jensen talking about defense and the military And Joe Rogan had brought up helmets that can see behind walls and just all this stuff. And he was like, yes, this is all real.
I should have sent you that one too. That's Palmer Luckey, who is...
that specific example?
Palmer Luckey ended up building what is the Oculus. So when Facebook bought it, but now he's been tasked, his new company, he builds defense equipment for the modern soldier. It's wild, the sort of stuff he comes up with.
Absolutely. It was a great conversation if you get a chance to listen to it. Otherwise, we kind of gave you the overview. You got the Cliff's Notes of it.
We basically took 3 hours and turned it into about 12 minutes for you.
There you go. It's what we do best. On the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3 when we come back. Morning Joel, he's holding the line. Actually, I guess it'd be more they are holding the line for the sanity of people like my dear Aunt Peg when it comes to COVID vaccines. Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, December 4th. The Atlanta Hawks are now 13-10 on the season after a surprising 115-92 loss at home to the struggling LA Clippers. No Jalen Johnson for that matchup. He's dealing with a right calf injury. The Hawks, they're off tonight. They're back in action Friday night as they host the Denver Nuggets at State Farm Arena. Week 14 in the NFL gets underway tonight with a pivotal matchup in the NFC playoffs as the Dallas Cowboys are on the road taking on the Detroit Lions. The Cowboys 6-5-1. Detroit is 7-5. Detroit is a 3-point favorite for this matchup. Kickoff is set for 8:15. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Calling all contractors. This is Devin Stovall of Stovall & Company, and we're here for you. We're a third-generation, family-owned and operated company for 75 years and just opened our 11th location in Canton on 9500 Union Hill Road. We're proud to provide your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs. How do you envision your dream outdoor space for you or your customers? We're here to fulfill them all. We all take pride in special requests and shipping right to your job site. Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallINC.com.
You should never need financing for a simple garage door repair, but it's happening here. Out-of-town companies have invaded Atlanta for a cash grab, charging outrageous prices. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Stay local and stay on budget for every opening of your home. All Four Seasons, trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years, exceptional customer service, and fair, honest pricing. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Don't believe this nonsense you see on TV commercials about how uncomfortable a CPAP mask is. Take it from me. You wear one, especially the nasal pillow I use, for one night, and you will fight anybody that tries to take it away from you. But if they do take it away from you, you can get more at cpapsetcetera.com, cpapsetc.com, with a store in Alpharetta, same-day shipping. To your health, cpapsetc.com.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
At the Honest Car Guy, the entire process is completely transparent. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee, and we even prove it by giving you a copy of the bill of sale. We can sell you any make, any year, any model, and at the Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
This is House Call for Health. If you're having trouble sleeping, you might consider turning to the age-old practice of Tai Chi for some relief. Tai Chi is a traditional Chinese mind-body exercise that involves slow, flowing movements, deep breathing, and focused attention. Researchers at Hong Kong University conducted a study of 200 Chinese adults ages 50 years and older who'd been diagnosed with chronic insomnia. The study found after 15 months, participants who used Tai Chi regularly had fewer problems falling asleep. Other research has also shown long-term use of Tai Chi improves sleep quality, increases total sleep time, and reduces the amount of time it takes to get to sleep. Unrelated to those studies, the CDC suggests creating a good sleep environment. Make your bedroom dark by using room darkening shades or heavy draperies, and also keep the room quiet, cool, and comfortable. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health, I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
securing America.
Wednesday, several law enforcement agencies in Georgia announced the results of a cooperative effort late last month, which resulted in a major drug seizure. North Georgia U.S. Attorney Theodore Hertzberg.
Approximately 1,600 pounds of deadly Mexican cartel-trafficked methamphetamine, which remains a significant scourge in our community.
The meth was in several trucks and hidden in shipments of blackberries. Paul Brown is the special agent in charge of the FBI's Atlanta office.
Although this was a significant disruption to drug trafficking here in Georgia, we're not satisfied with this alone.
2 people were arrested in the case, including an undocumented migrant. Chris Hosey is the director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
This fight will continue, keeping our communities and states safe from this kind of evil that exists.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Political violence cannot stand. And Extra 106.3 will continue on as the conservative voice of reason in Atlanta. We'll speak our mind, protect our values, and stand up for each other responsibly. Count on the Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer, and the legend Neil Bortz to always have your back. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. MS Now, formerly MSNBC, they have to keep their audience entertained with information that's not necessarily true. They carry the water for the last administration, so people like my dear Aunt Peg doesn't lose her mind. And it was Minka from the Morning Joe program that was, sharing what I would say is less than factual information about the COVID vax.
She was told, and I'm glad we started talking about this on Monday. We talked about the FDA memo that came out that said, why has this been buried? Which was, there were 10 children that were killed by the COVID vaccine. Like, that was the one they had. Moderna was able to bury the fact that in their trials, they killed a kid. That ends up now where the FDA is going to end up briefing the CDC on this. And so this is a story that largely, I think, because people have their, I would say this. If you took the vaccine or you went down this road, there's a part where you just want people to stop talking about it because you're like, make it go away. Like it didn't happen. Well, it did happen. And your government decided when they knew it was killing children to not tell you about it. Well, we talk about some of the national people that are slow to jump in on this stuff. So Megyn Kelly last night, she was pointing out, wait a minute. So the FDA knew this occurred?
Yeah.
She's like, people need to go to prison. Clay Travis, what do we always say about Buck and Clay? They're typically going to be behind in part because they're doing a national radio show and they're looking to vet or they're looking to wait for something to become a little bit more mainstream. We don't do that. We flat out talk about it way beforehand. We're like, nope, here's what's happening. So we've been talking about this since Monday. All right. So Clay Travis, Megyn Kelly, they're all like, oh my God, really? This really happened? Yes, it happened. They killed your kids and they didn't want you to know about it. All right. That's what it comes down to. With that now being known, here is good old Morning Joe. And they've been given their marching orders. And the speculation's always been out there. If we didn't get $1 on this radio program from Big Pharma, we're just fine.
Yeah. We actually turned it down, if you didn't know.
We turned it down one time. Has there been Big Pharma on this radio program before? Yes. It just wasn't endorsed by any of us. It's just, here's an ad. Here's what it is. But Big Pharma runs network television, namely cable news. Go to cable news and watch what your ads are. You can always tell an audience by who the advertisements are for. If you go to Fox News, you'll find, buy gold. Here's medication for a lot of retirees. All right, great. If you, like right now, on MS Now, Medicare enrollment. This is what you get. This is what the audience is going to be. But you'll always have Big Pharma, huge part about all of it. So they were not going to be in the business of telling you what Moderna or Pfizer were doing to your kids. It's not part of it. So here's from Morning Joe. Now that this story is out there, here's yesterday morning while we're watching it. And this is what you got from Minka.
The Food and Drug Administration announced on Friday it will be getting stricter with the vaccine approval process. Part of the justification for this comes from an internal study that claims COVID vaccines contributed to the deaths of at least 10 children. But public health officials are reportedly questioning the findings and asking to examine the data. Let's bring in MS Now medical analyst Dr. Vin Gupta. And Dr. Gupta, you have data that shows the risks from COVID-19 versus the vaccination in kids. Can you explain what the chart shows and why it's important?
All right, whatever. I don't even care what he gets into at this point.
Because he won't lie to you.
Because here is what the structure of it is. When it comes to the general population, the ability to recover from COVID is 99.7. When it comes to children, all children, it's 100%. I mean, you have to be a very sickly child in order to actually have a bad outcome from COVID. If your kids got it, my kids got it, every other people's kids got it, you know what, they're all still here. You know who's not still here? Some of the kids that got that vaccine. That's the difference. And yet, MS Now was being told, well, you got to spin this thing here. And remember, when it came from the CDC or the FDA before with the previous administration, whatever they said was religion. Now, well, it can't be. Administration just changed. It can no longer be, oh, here's the word coming on high.
To highlight your point, $5 billion in TV advertisement from pharmaceutical companies. That's why they're not pushing back. That's why they're not changing their mind. That's why they're not telling the truth. Because if they lose $5 billion in advertising, they're going out of business.
I'd like to point out that Megyn Kelly, 13 hours ago, posted part of her show, and she's like, COVID bombshell. Like, we had that Monday morning.
Yeah. But
good for you. I'm glad more of you are coming around and actually paying attention to this.
But credit to you, man. You've been talking about the black box warning on this show forever. Well before Monday. The story broke Monday, but you were asking where is that for as long as we've been a show.
Alex Berenson ended up pointing out, hey, this Moderna study, this is what happened. They covered this up. Megyn Kelly, 17 hours ago. We've independently confirmed Alex Berenson's excellent reporting below. The Biden administration lied to us all about the COVID vaccines and our children. Kids died as a result, and they actively covered it up and misled you about it.
It's unreal,
because it's kids, man. That's where...
That's the line in the sand.
There is, and I get it, there's a COVID fatigue. I just appreciate that some of the stuff that's been out there for years that was being talked about quietly by a lot of us, you're now starting to get people to go, wait a minute, that really happened? Like, hell yes, it happened. I'm trying to remember Russell Brand, the actor,
comedian
who does, actor, comedian who does the podcast. He was shocked to find out yesterday, wait a minute, Moderna held a patent on this COVID vaccine and elements of COVID 3 years before it ever occurred? Like, yes.
Yeah.
How do you think that they marched out here? We already got the fix for it. Warp speed. We're ready already. Huh?
Yeah.
Russell Brand didn't know that.
But I want you to know, too, when Minka marches out, Dr. Vin Gupta, remember, he's the same doctor that told you Joe Biden is vibrant. He is just fine. He's the one that did the checkups for Joe Biden. And then he goes back on MS Now. This is last week, I believe, and said, I can see, just physically see from my experience that Trump is in cognitive decline. So that's the kind of expert, if you will, that they're marching out to make sure that they can toe the line.
But you will never, and I don't care if it's this administration, the previous one, or the next one, you can never put the genie back in the bottle in terms of trust.
Ever
again.
But I don't know that people like you, maybe you listening right now, has ever trusted anyway. Dude, I told you, my mom was anti-vax before anti-vax was cool.
But I looked at the CDC as a place where, well, there's miracles that happen there. I mean, you remember when we had the people that got Ebola, they were brought here to Atlanta.
Yep.
And they recovered.
It was like 3 years ago, maybe?
Oh, well, even before then. This is well before. I mean, this is way before we even got into pandemic time. And you looked at the CDC as, all right, where's the one place in America we can send them to where they're going to have a shot? Is it Johns Hopkins?
No.
We're sending them to Stanford? No, we're sending them to the CDC in Atlanta. And they recovered. by the way, for a disease, for an illness that typically kills about 70% of the people that get it.
Yeah.
And yet, the CDC was the one who figured it out. It's like, wow, that's where you go. That's who's got all the best information. No, not when it's being run by the wrong people. It's all the same.
Absolutely. When there is outside influence, and it's not just for the success of healing someone, curing someone, but there's incredible amounts of money involved. Money, root of all evil. They're going to do whatever the money tells them to do, which is what they tried to do with us here. Hey, anybody want to endorse this shot? No, thank you.
2014.
There you go.
That was when Kent Brantley and Nancy Wright-Bowl, two American healthcare workers who had been treating Ebola patients in Liberia, were transported to Emory University Hospital in Atlanta in early August 2014. CDC worked in the hospital to establish Emory's serious communicable disease
I can't even believe it was that long ago.
Cured him.
Yeah, but was politicized during COVID and during the Biden administration, and the level of trust, I don't know that it'll ever be restored. Accidental Journalism Part 2, this time from an ABC anchor in regards to the drug boat double tap. Next on Xtra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
It's the winter of 1975, I believe. Donna and I are in Moscow, Soviet Union, among the first Americans to be permitted to move in with Soviet citizens and see how they live. The husband is Boris, the wife's name, Irene. Irene wants to cook dinner for us one night, asks me if I want to go shopping with her. So off we go, trudging through the snow and the mud. We go to one dingy store, they have a loaf of bread available, we buy it. In another store, they had, I don't know, a rutabaga, something. And in a third store, they had a piece of meat. You were even wading in mud in those stores. Irene took this all home and did her best to make us a nice meal. And oh, how we appreciated it. Fast forward, it's 6 months later. Irene and Boris are visiting us in Atlanta. It's Irene's first trip out of the Soviet Union. She's 39 years old. On the way home, we decide we're going to stop by and get some groceries to fix dinner. We go to a place called Harry's Farmers Market. Maybe some of you remember it. It's massive, with more food than you could ever imagine. We go into the front door, we get a basket, and we start walking in to do some shopping. Where's Irene? We turn around, she's not there. We go back to the entrance. She's standing at the entrance, looking at this grocery store, something she's never seen before in her life, and tears are coming down her cheeks. She can't believe what she is seeing. Life in America versus life in the Soviet Union. I learned to love our country even more that night. I wish more Americans could have that experience. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. The Senate has confirmed more than 300 of President Trump's civilian nominees since January. There was even a parliamentary maneuver to confirm some even faster. But Mr. Trump has withdrawn a record number of nominees for a president's first year in office, as he faces a combination of GOP pushback against some picks and vetting issues. The president has withdrawn 57 nominations this year. That's roughly double the 22 nominations he withdrew during the first year of his first administration. President Biden withdrew 29 during his first year. The pace of withdrawal is the highest since at least the Reagan administration. GOP senators say the White House isn't doing its diligence to properly vet nominees, let alone work with senators to see if they could get the votes on the floor. Perhaps the most vivid example was the months-long intra-party drama over Paul Ingracia's nomination to lead the office of special counsel. Word leaked that Ingracia made racist remarks in a group chat. Ingracia withdrew despite telling senators he had no recollection of these alleged chat leaks and did not concede their authenticity. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
This
This is a Fox News alert. An almost 5-year-long manhunt is over. I'm Dave Anthony. They found the man suspected of planting bombs in Washington the day before the infamous Capitol riot.
The arrest was in Virginia. Federal law enforcement sources tell Fox they've captured the man they believe placed pipe bombs near both the Republican and Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. on the night of January 5th, 2021. The devices were found the next afternoon while people were storming the Capitol. They did not detonate. No one was hurt, but the FBI says they could have been lethal. All the public has seen of a suspect is grainy video of someone wearing a hoodie, gloves, and a face mask.
That's Fox's Chris Foster. A Navy admiral who ordered a controversial attack goes to Capitol Hill next hour, facing a lot of questions about the operation off the Venezuela coast, blowing up boats, trafficking illegal drugs, killing dozens of so-called narco-terrorists. President Trump supports it.
Whoever are piloting those boats, they're guilty of trying to kill people in our country.
Admiral Mitch Bradley will do private briefings with House and Senate committees focused on a second bombing on one boat targeting those who survived the first one.
The September 2nd strike was the first of more than 20 attacks on alleged drug smuggling boats over the past 3 months. War Secretary Pete Hegseth says he saw that first strike live, but was not informed of the follow-on strike until hours later that killed the initial 2 survivors.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. Luigi Mangione will soon return to court in New York City a year to the day after the murder he's charged in the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. As a pretrial hearing continues, earlier this week, Fox's CB Cotton reports Mangione's arrest in a Pennsylvania McDonald's days later was in focus.
Body camera footage played in court showed the moment officers decided to detain Mangione and read him his Miranda rights about 20 minutes after he was first approached. More body camera footage played in court showed officers searching the backpack where prosecutors say a gun, a silencer, and a notebook of writings was found.
Mangione's lawyers trying to get the evidence excluded at his trial, claiming it was obtained before he was read his rights. America's listening to Fox News.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the time of the year most of us are checking off our holiday gift list. Identity thieves have lists too, and your personal information might be on that list. Protect your identity with LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every single second and alerts you to the threats you could miss yourself. If your identity is stolen, your own U.S.-based restoration specialist is going to work to fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Make this season about joy, not identity theft, with LifeLock. Save up to 40% off your first year at LifeLock.com with the promo code BECK. Terms apply.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Xtra 106.3. Worldwide on the Xtra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra. Thank you for being here on this a little bit cold, damp, rainy Thursday, but we're getting close to the weekend. It's so close you can touch it, but you can't.
Like a stripper.
It's very similar to that.
We have more important things going on than Stripper Thursday right now.
We do. In the fact that a suspect has been arrested in connection with planting pipe bombs outside the Democrat and Republican National Committees on January 5th ahead of the Capitol riot. And we still don't have a name, but that's been confirmed by New York Post, CNN, Associated Press, and they're even touching on it on MS Now.
So we've been told so far that it's a Virginia man. We'll see where that goes from there. Because if we go back to some of the reporting on this from several weeks ago, it looked more like a woman, but we'll see. And some of the discussion point from there has been that the administration asked the media at the time, this would be the Blaze, to not run with this story because they were closing in on who they believe they needed to get. And so the first thing we've been told about this is that this person has been a suspect for years, but looking at documents from a previous investigation is what led them to this arrest. So this person was already on the radar.
Right. And if you recall, back in January, Representative Barry Loudermilk, who represents this area, that as we sit in and broadcast here at Xtra at the Battery Atlanta, and Thomas Massey, they're talking about how no progress had really been made. And so they must have known, too, behind the scenes, hey, we kind of think we know who this might be. And they were pushing it a little bit, like, let's find out. Let's figure this out. And that's the thing I think I like about Representative Loudermilk a lot. He's not going to just let it lie. He's not going to just let it slide. And the Biden administration wasn't going to do anything because that was their go-to answer for anything that went wrong. But January 6th,
well, it was
no
useful.
matter what it was.
As part of this operation now, are we going to find out that this person is law enforcement adjacent, law enforcement, or intelligence oriented? We'll see. Is this another FBI plant that went on during January 6th? We know that about a quarter of the people there were either FBI or FBI adjacent or, some sort of federal plant. We're going to find out.
Yeah, I expect. I've
been waiting on this one.
Yeah, but I expect there has to be some sort of connection. It's just nothing else adds up because nothing else we've been told adds up.
It would be very strange, and let's just review some of the facts of this. It would be very strange to have planted pipe bombs at the RNC and DNC the night before January 6th. That didn't go off, by the way. Okay, fortunately, that's what it is. That do have the look, and this is from federal officials, it looks exactly like the type of devices that the FBI trains on. Exactly like them.
And I'm looking at one right now. I'm looking at
it doesn't look like a homemade, it looks like what the FBI trains on, what they use.
And to be honest, I didn't know what they look like because I don't know that I've ever really read into it.
I had a deep dive into that one a couple years ago.
And now when you see it, it looks like obviously a pipe, two ends, a couple wires and cables going inside, and what looks to be, I don't know, an oven timer or something.
The FBI uses these in part not because they're going to explode, but it's part of how you practice retrieval and detonation. That's what they use. So, yes, they're all dummy bombs. Mm-hmm. But when it's located, okay, what do we do now? How do you cordon off an area? That's what they use to train.
Train on, yeah. This is breaking just in the last, 8-10 minutes.
Or we're going to find out it's some lone nut, and they just so happen to build their pipe bombs exactly like the FBI trains with.
Seems unlikely.
Listen, I got how many tinfoil hats do I need?
Line them up like jets at Hartsfield.
Yeah, here's the next one. Here's the next one.
But the crazy thing is they've all come true. Every one of them's been right so far. And you're laughed at and scoffed at from COVID to January 6th to Trump's a serial rapist and a child molester. Just the worst of the worst. And every one of them have been either whatever the mainstream media went with, it was the exact opposite.
I'm just curious because I'm taking a look at what the cable news networks have gone with. And you just had MSNBC, MS Now, they gave us about 6 minutes of, hey, they got this pipe bomber. And then they went right back to boat strikes.
Yeah, you got to worry about that. Make sure you pay attention to the boat strikes, which we now know, according to the AP and ABC News, that even they know that Pete Hegseth did nothing wrong. The administration did nothing wrong. The military did nothing wrong. You had a boat that was struck and then was partially still intact. The people that were left alive got back in the boat, tried to get away. They strike it again. Completely legal. It's what you expect to do to terrorists.
What are the mission parameters? Destroy the boat. Destroy its offensive capability to...
And the people on board. It's bloody and ugly, but it needs to be done.
Here's what it is. Mission parameters, this is what it is. So this is ABC News. And ABC News, remember, the story has been, these people were just holding on to boat wreckage and they were hit again. Or, as it's been joked around about, Operation Double Tap. Mm-hmm. Like Pete Hegseth gave the order, hit him again. No, it was...
Kill them all is what they went with.
It was not under...
Let God sort them out. Remember those T-shirts in the 80s?
It's under his purview. It's under his command. But the officer who's handling the operation is Admiral Bradley.
Yeah.
So it's under his authority to decide, do we need to hit this thing again? Decide to hit it again. Here's what ABC News, you want to talk about taking a story? Congratulations to ABC News. Actually, accidental journalism actually told the story of what really happened.
And tonight, new information. According to a source familiar with the incident, the 2 survivors climbed back onto the boat after the initial strike. They were believed to be potentially in communication with others and salvaging some of the drugs. Because of that, it was determined they were still in the fight and valid targets. A JAG officer was also giving legal advice. So again, David, that video will be key, and Admiral Bradley will be on the Hill tomorrow behind closed doors.
You see, the news media likes to portray it, as we were joking around about. These are just a bunch of cowboys. It's just like, yeah, hit it again.
Can't wait to blow it up.
As Tug told you, as a Navy man, he's like, do you realize how many JAGs have to be involved in this?
From a long time ago. Not like in the last 10 days, months and months and months of preparation because they knew what the mission was. All right, we've got to figure out what is legal, what is not. And how do we stay how do we stay legal?
And to think that ABC actually told you there's one on the premises as part of the operation who's talking about the legality. So by the time that Admiral Bradley decides it's operational, hit it again, you know that there's a JAG officer who's giving you the thumbs up like, no, this is within mission parameters and the legality of what we talked about. Now, what have we talked about since Monday? Terrorists, it's a much wider berth.
Yeah.
If these were uniformed personnel with like the Venezuelan military, well, you know what? They're going wherever they want to. But the mission parameters are completely different when it comes to narcoterrorism.
How about salvaging the drugs?
Was that a giveaway?
Might have been. That might be the reason that they went back in, because that's the whole point of the mission, to make sure that they end up in the bottom of the Caribbean Ocean and not in America. Not poisoning your kids. Didn't you have the numbers about ODs in America? The gigantic number.
Well, we have the numbers have come down, but we went through a 3-year period where fentanyl deaths were running at anywhere from $100 to $120,000, or 120,000 people. The important part of this, because you can say, well, they're not running fentanyl, they're running drugs in Mexico. It's one of the issues that was going on. You had fentanyl coming over from China that was then being cut in Mexico with these drugs. Why are you cutting it with fentanyl? Because the high doesn't last as long.
And the addict needs it more.
The addict needs it more. So maybe rather than getting high once a day, that addict needs 3 to 4 times a day. You sell more drugs that way. This is like a triangle of this stuff. And so what's happening? Right off the top, we've decided we're not going to let these drugs get out of this country and find their way to Mexico.
And the message that it sends to Xi, that it sends to Putin, and I brought this up a bunch.
You will not operate in this hemisphere.
Will not. It is our hemisphere. We will not have this. And I'm glad they're making this statement. I'm glad they're pushing back. It's different when it's on the other side of the world. Is it important when it happens there? Of course it is. But when it's in your backyard, you have to do something about it. And that's why Donald Trump's putting so much pressure on Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico. Same reason. She says she's cooperating with the Trump administration and limiting what the cartels are able to do. Whether she's really doing that, I don't know. I don't know that I believe it truly, because I think she's bought and paid for, just like her predecessor was.
I think she's alive. And
we'll see how long that. If she's really working with them, let's see how long that lasts.
Well, that's the deal. If you're not working with the cartel, you tend to be deaded.
That's right.
Somebody makes you unalive.
Which is, and especially if you're working with the Americans, to put a dent in the ability to make billions and billions. You had the number that it was worth. How much more than the NFL?
It's worth more than the NFL.
Yeah, it's freaking nuts.
As an industry.
It's unbelievable.
They tend to unalive you pretty quickly in Mexico if you're not working with the cartels in an official capacity when you happen to be an important person in the government.
All right. We'll see how this all continues. But, yeah. The Admiral to defend the boat strike to lawmakers. That's the cry on. That's the bottom third. Still trying to convince you.
Like it's a big deal.
Yeah, like they're trying to convince you. They've already told. You've already been told, and they know it too, that there's nothing there. Nothing.
It's been nuked.
Yes, it has. Next thing that got nuked was yesterday when Scott Bessent sat on the stage of a New York Times forum. And he told them exactly what he thought about the New York Times. And in the second piece of the clip, he tells you why he feels that way about the New York Times.
The question is this like a new is this a new normal?
Andrew, there's no new normal, and I can tell you that I actually don't read the New York Times anymore. But sometimes I do watch CNBC, but occasionally people send me articles, and there's just this fever swamp. And you're now a pop historian with 1929, and in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. The New York Times is no longer the paper of record. You can't go. I read this article. President Trump is slowing down. President Trump's mental capacity. It is 100% fake. That he only called me twice at 2 a.m. last week instead of 3 times.
You're saying he called you? I believe that he called you at 2 or 3 in the morning.
That whole narrative. You had what was one of the greatest scandals of all time. That the coverage of the Biden administration, Joe Biden's diminished capacity, and the cover-up.
And that's why it's probably fair to raise these questions.
Where was the New York Times? We just had a 3-hour cabinet meeting yesterday, Andrew. For 10 months, the Biden administration did not have a cabinet meeting. How are you going to invoke the 25th Amendment if the cabinet secretaries never see the president, which they didn't? That I hear from people in the Treasury building that I see President Trump more in a day than my predecessor saw Joe Biden in half a year.
Dude, he embarrassed. Dude's a badass, first of all, because he's not afraid to go on their turf, sit on their stage, and tell them exactly what he thinks about them. He does it respectfully. He never raised his voice. He never called them an ugly name. He just laid out the facts. And they couldn't argue. They tried. You hear them, well, maybe that's the reason we should be talking about this, because we missed it so bad last time. No, you intentionally missed it last time, and you're intentionally pretending, ginning up, drumming up something this time.
I just love that he has the deflector shields, so they can't really go after him the way they want to.
Because he's a gay man.
Yes.
You know what never
First
comes
and foremost.
up? You know what? But
never
ever
in my evaluation of the job he's doing, I never think, he does a pretty good job for a gay man. I'm like, you're a badass, dude.
That's exactly right, man.
And the fact that the other side has a very hard time arguing with him is not only just because his information, he's putting it right in your face, but it goes against one of their tenets. Like if I had like a 10 Commandments of anti-American party, thou shalt never question the LGBTQ plus whatever letter community. He's there.
That's exactly right.
You can't do it.
And he called out their BS when he said, Donald Trump, he's doing fine. He called me twice this week at 2 a.m. instead of 3 times. And you hear the New York Times interviewer say, well, no, I believe you on that. I definitely do. I know you're telling the truth. You'd never put that in your newspaper.
One of the funniest stories that he told, he talked about how when they had been in Alaska and then they landed in D.C., and at the time he landed, he said Trump told him, well, Europe's up. Let's start making some phone calls.
Let's get going.
Like, what?
Yeah.
No, it's time to shut it down for no, this is what we're doing.
Dude, there's nothing like calling the baby ugly to the baby's parents. Because that's what he did. Your child.
I know that little newspaper of yours.
Yeah. It used to be the paper of record. Guess what it is no longer? And guess what I don't waste my time on anymore? The New York Times. Dude's a smart man, and he is not going to take BS from anybody. My favorite person in the administration, Scott Bessent, because I think he's genius, first of all. I think what his ideas on tariffs match Trump's, and everything is proven to be working positively. Now, look, it's going to be in front of the Supreme Court. Could that get shaken up? Of course. But they said it would work, and it has.
This has changed. When I think about what it was like for, let's say, our parents would sit there and wait for Dan Rather to come on the evening news and tell them what to think.
Right.
And that was just what it was. They'd wait for 60 minutes. Come on and tell me what to think. Well, now, what's the number one news site in the world? It's X. And so you have a large amount of people who have decided, not just from the interaction point of X, but I want to go here, I want to get information on both ends, and I want to make my own damn decision. That is empowering the consumer. And so what it's done now is media like the New York Times, like the Washington Post, they're all just dying these slow deaths. They don't have any sort of ability to influence any longer. So now what are they? They basically have turned into cheerleader sites for their own side. And that's it. If I was to I know Clay Travis has brought this up because you saw this in sports long before we saw this in news. If I am having a website that only covers Florida State football, well, then I'm only going to talk about Florida State football and all the good things about Florida State football.
And you only have a minute,
tiny audience that cares about in terms of everyone.
Yeah, as far as the whole, yes.
So that's what they're doing now, because the idea of giving you straight news, you're being whooped. X is killing you, and X isn't charging you for this stuff. So instead, you've just created a subscription model where you talk to just one audience in the interest that they'll keep buying your stuff.
Media, it operates a little bit like government. Like it wants full power, it wants full control of the conversation, of narrative, so you rely on it. And now X has broken that. Government wants full control. They want the ability to have every decision you make go through them, so you have to rely on it. It's the same game. This is the Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3, 9 o'clock hours, brought to you by Southern Exteriors, 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. When we come back, we have a special guest that is going to talk about something that happened in the White House yesterday. Deputy Secretary of Transportation, Stephen Bradbury, talking about freedom and affordable cars next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 is proud to be a community station that shares your values. This is your station, talking about issues and stories that are most important to you and your family. Stream us live on our all-new app in crystal clear HD and always live on your radio at 106.3 FM.
Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers, and I'm going to be very, very honest. What is my favorite thing in Howard Brothers outside of the people? It's the Traeger grills. Every single time the new models come in, I start asking questions. Okay, what do we got? What are we dealing with this time around? What supplies do I need? That is where now I think I've owned Traegers for 13, 14 years. I've only got them from Howard Brothers. Give the gift that brings families together. Give the gift that when your loved one finds out you got them a Traeger, whether you want to put it under the tree, you want to set it outside, they're going to be extremely excited about that holiday magic. You can slow cook brisket. That's one of the main ones. Holiday ham, I made one for Thanksgiving. Turkey, I smoked a turkey, 7 or 8 hours. It was ready to go. Cookies, you can make that on a Traeger grill. In fact, look into it. Get the app. It makes it foolproof. I'm telling you, it is a game changer. You will be one of the best cooks in your neighborhood, on your street, wherever you want to be before you know it. Visit Howard Brothers today and find the perfect Traeger grill for your holiday wish list. Do not wait. Santa's sleigh, it's going to fill up. You're going to run out. You want to get this taken care of. Howard Brothers, family owned, locally trusted, and ready to make your Christmas unforgettable.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and to learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
Hey, this is John Flading, the owner of ATL Turfco. If your grass didn't grow this summer, there's a good chance it won't grow this spring. It's time to think about a custom, low-maintenance, pet-friendly, artificial lawn that will stay green year-round. So this holiday season, give the gift that keeps on giving. A perfect backyard or custom golf green from ATL Turfco. See what's possible for your home. Read our 5-star reviews and book your appointment today at atlturfco.com. Spots are filling up fast, so call now, 404-825-7063.
Attention Extra listeners. The end of the year is closing in. Are your retirement plans ready? We at Master Plan Retirement Consultants are holistic retirement planners, including income and growth planning, tax strategies, and estate and legacy planning. Each piece of the retirement puzzle must fit together cohesively because we know a change in one area can inevitably affect the others. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. Don't wait. There's still time to adjust your plan before year end. Schedule your complimentary consultation now at masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Masterplan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Masterplan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
The holidays are about moments that last forever. At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, every piece of jewelry tells a story, your story. Whether it's a sparkling engagement ring or a gift that says I love you, we're here to make this season magical with exclusive holiday offers you won't want to miss. From bezel set jewelry in trendy yellow gold to essentials for that layered look. Explore our holiday gift guides or schedule your appointment at SolomonBrothers.com. And don't forget to check out our holiday specials like our famous diamond studs starting at $9.99. It seems like every year everything gets more expensive, except here. A 3/4 carat diamond pendant for just $14.99. 3 Atlanta locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg. One tradition of excellence. Book your customized shopping experience today at SolomonBrothers.com. Solomon Brothers, where luxury meets love.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, December 4th. A new report says traffic deaths in metro Atlanta outpaced homicides last year. 425 lives lost on our roads. DeKalb County saw the most fatal crashes, and Fulton County had the most serious injuries, including pedestrians and cyclists. Advocates are calling for stronger safety laws, including stricter seatbelt requirements and banning all cell phone use, including hands-free devices for young drivers. A prison-based gang operation in Georgia, 16 members of the 1-8 Trey Gangster Bloods were convicted following a multi-year investigation into violent crime, drug trafficking, contraband, cell phone smuggling, and child recruitment. Among those convicted was the gang's statewide leader, who directed criminal activity from prison. Prosecutors say the gang used emails and contraband phones to coordinate murders, drug distribution, and other illegal operations inside and outside state prisons. And Cobb EMC has released a holiday lights map showcasing some of the brightest Christmas displays across Cobb County. Residents can download the map, scan QR codes for directions, and vote for their favorite display. The top 3 homes will receive $500 donations to a charity of their choice. Today's weather, cloudy and cool with a high of 49. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra. We are honored to have Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury join us here on the Morning Extra to talk about the Freedom and Affordable Cars Initiative. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Terrific. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Removing these EV mandates and making buying a car more affordable for the American people, I think that's obviously the best step in the right direction, letting the free market work, let people buy what they want to buy. But the thing that stood out to me the most, and I think I would like for you to elaborate on if you can, is how do you think this and those decisions actually make our streets safer and traveling across the country safer?
That's a great question. I just heard the announcement on your program about traffic deaths in the Atlanta area. You know, the average age of a car on the highways in America today is approaching 13 years. We've got some used vehicles on the road that are on their 5th, 6th owner and that are 25 years old or more. It's the Cubanization, if you will, of the American auto fleet, and that is a huge safety issue because our National Highway Traffic Safety Administration statistics show that older used vehicles are far less safe in a highway crash than newer models of vehicles, particularly the new vehicles that are coming out with safety technology. So it is a safety imperative for America to enable America's families to buy new vehicles. We want Americans to buy more new vehicles because they are safer. And also, the more people buy new vehicles, that means the more newer used vehicles are available down the line to other Americans. And so it's just critical for safety. And that's a big part of what we're trying to do by resetting the fuel economy standards at levels that are realistic, that can actually be achieved by internal combustion engine vehicles, which is what Congress intended for the program. The previous administration was abusing this program and using it as part of their EV mandate. They were setting the standards at such unrealistic levels that could not be met by internal combustion engine vehicles and forcing the automakers to invest in shifting their production to electric vehicles, making the cost of all new vehicles much higher down the line. It doesn't matter what kind of vehicle, because the automakers' costs were going way up. And so every American, in terms of every model on the dealership floor, it was affecting them. And it also was eliminating choices, because they were putting so much investment in the EV side that lots of the other kinds of models that American families wanted were either being eliminated or re-engineered in ways that made them much less useful to people, and so people were buying fewer of them. And that, again, is a safety issue for America.
Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury joins us on the Morning Extra, and I want to talk numbers with you, sir, because I've seen some of the data that the average cost of a new vehicle in America has risen to $50,000. When we start talking about models that are more oriented towards safety, $70,000 to $75,000. That is a world of difference from even a decade ago. Talk about that overall goal of lowering these costs and eliminating so many of these mandates that these companies like Ford were having to hit.
Well, that's right. That is the goal. It's not easy. Just changing the fuel economy standards are not overnight going to cause the cost of these new vehicles to drop significantly, but what they will do is give the automakers flexibility to design, build, and sell different lines and models of vehicles that Americans are going to want to buy. And so if you meet the demand and allow people to buy more vehicles at affordable levels, then you start to see that range of choices come into the market. And what we're trying to do is shift those investment incentives so that the automakers have the incentives to build and mass produce the range of models that Americans are going to want to buy at the right price point. And so then you'll see over time the very significant shift in the cost of new vehicles.
We are speaking with Stephen Bradbury. He's Deputy Secretary of Transportation, U.S. DOT, on the Morning Extra, Tug and Los. I want to talk to you about being able to deduct your interest, because interest rates right now, because, look, I understand the administration's working really hard and putting pressure on the Fed and everybody else that they can to lower interest rates. We've not gotten there quite yet, but hopefully we will. But the benefit of being able to deduct your interest rate from your car, much like you do your home, this will change the outcome for business owners, small business owners, and then everyday Americans too.
That's right. And President Trump, if you saw his announcement, I was privileged to be in the Oval Office yesterday with the president and many members of Congress, Secretary Duffy, my boss at the Department of Transportation. The purpose of the announcement in the Oval Office was to announce these new fuel economy standards that we're proposing. That's the action we're taking. But the president also spent a good amount of time on exactly what you raised, which is a provision that was in the One Big Beautiful Bill that passed Congress in the summer. And it's very important to the president. I think it actually was the president's own idea. And that is Americans to deduct the interest cost of car loans. And the president pointed out that in the past, a lot of businesses and rich Americans had ways of deducting those loan costs, but now other Americans get the opportunity to do that, and that's huge. I mean, the president was actually pointing out that in a lot of ways that's even bigger than these changes in the CAFE standards because it's real money for a lot of Americans. I mean, you're talking about it could be $10,000, $12,000 or more in interest costs that Americans would be allowed to deduct from their car loans. So that's huge. The president focused on that a lot yesterday.
Stephen Bradbury is our guest on the Morning Extra. He's the Deputy Secretary of Transportation. I want to bring up the effect on small business owners, because one of the complaints that we've heard in the past is when you need to add new vehicles to your fleet, the cost is wild. It is way out of whack. And one of the discussion points I've been hearing from the manufacturers, by changing these standards, you're going to be able to manufacture pickup trucks, and even in the $20,000, $25,000 range, so that if you're looking to grow your local business, you're able to do that. How much has that been a focus by this administration?
Well, it's huge. I mean, the benefits to small business, to individual business owners, is enormous. And if you can build a pickup truck that people want to buy, and you don't have to meet some astronomical fuel economy goal, then that just makes those pickups more affordable for those small businesses. So it's definitely a huge benefit. Every time we do a big regulation like this, we have to take into account what will be the effects on small business. That's something that Congress has mandated, and I will tell you that administrations in the past haven't always given that requirement the careful attention that it needs. This is an example of a rulemaking that's going to have enormous benefits for small business.
Secretary Bradbury, Los and I this morning have talked about regulation and how it just causes issue for so many of these companies, these car companies, specifically Ford. You saw you were in the Oval Office, so you saw it up close. Him talking about the way that they have lost so much money on EV. And I want to address the naysayers, because there are going to be naysayers. Well, Donald Trump, he doesn't like EV. And that's not the case at all. He wants Americans, like the folks living in Atlanta, listening right now to Extra 106.3, to have the option. If you want an EV, great. We're going to make it cheaper. If you want a hybrid, great. We're going to give you the opportunity. But if you want an old school, regular old, good old American pickup truck, internal combustion engine, you can have that too and save money. It's nothing to do with just eliminating EV.
That's right. Listen, America is about freedom of choice in the marketplace, freedom to choose your mode of transportation, what suits your needs. And also, that freedom is based on market demand, what people want to buy, what they're willing to put their hard-earned cash down for. And if there's demand for electric vehicles, and they are phenomenal technology, they're great for a lot of people in commuting situation, other types of situations. People who buy them love them. We have nothing against electric vehicles, but it should be based on and driven by genuine demand in the marketplace, because we have a free market economy.
Amen.
And, freedom is what this country's all about. The automobile is the freedom machine for Americans. That's the way it's been for 125 years. And Congress intended that to continue. And that's what we're doing with these fuel economy standards that we're proposing.
Deputy Secretary of Transportation Stephen Bradbury joins us on the Morning Extra. I don't know if the administration has gotten a chance to see it as of yet, but Jensen Huang, the president and CEO of NVIDIA, gave Donald Trump an incredible compliment yesterday as part of a podcast. He talked about what this administration has done for energy, and not only what it means to the tech world, but what it means to the transportation world. He even brought up drill, baby, drill, that the minute he heard that, he talked about how the president was listening to so many of these manufacturing and tech leaders about what they need. How important has that been that the administration has heard a lot of support from the industry, that now that we've changed energy policy, it allows them to look into growth?
Well, it's huge. I mean, absolutely huge, Doug. I mean, America is the world's biggest producer of oil and gas. This is our asset. This is part of what makes us the strongest, most prosperous country in the world, is that base of energy. And, these fuel economy standards were originally approved by Congress back in the 1970s in response to the Arab oil embargo. And it was an effort to try to wean the United States of that critical dependence that we used to have on uncertain foreign sources of oil. And, the world has shifted. We are now the biggest producer. We have far less dependence on Middle Eastern oil and other uncertain sources of oil. And that's something that Congress has said we're supposed to take into account in this program. I will say that a lot of the energy problems we see in this country in terms of electricity supply is because the previous administration and some of our state governments are closing down efficient gas-powered electric power generating plants. And then also with all these data centers and everything else, there's a huge need to build more electric transmission lines. And so it's really because of those green policies trying to shift to so-called sustainable sources of electricity like solar and wind, which require subsidies and are actually not reliable 24/7 the way a gas-powered electric power plant is. It's those policies that have caused electric prices to go up in places like California and Minnesota and Illinois, et cetera, because of those blue state green dream policies. And this administration is completely flipping the script on that, and it's a huge part of what President Trump is doing as a policy matter, and it's really defending the quality of life for all Americans, the affordability of living for Americans, because power is such a critical part of it, and it is a big asset for America. Yep.
No doubt. We just appreciate your time this morning and what you and the president and Secretary Duffy are doing to let the free market work. So thank you, sir, for taking the time with us, and we appreciate y'all what y'all are doing for the country.
Well, amen, and thank you for having me on. Take care.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
This is the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Guests like that, because of listeners like you, you're the reason that the Deputy Secretary was here today. They wanted to speak directly to you about the decisions made in the administration. That's why it's so important to share extra and grow that power base with yourself and your family and your friends and your neighborhoods and your communities. You are the real power. When we come back, now if you like to overeat, only eat chocolate. Don't go to the gym or even take a walk. Don't be mean, okay? Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, December 4th. The Atlanta Hawks are now 13-10 on the season after a surprising 115-92 loss at home to the struggling LA Clippers. No Jalen Johnson for that matchup. He's dealing with a right calf injury. The Hawks, they're off tonight. They're back in action Friday night as they host the Denver Nuggets at State Farm Arena. Week 14 in the NFL gets underway tonight with a pivotal matchup in the NFC playoffs as the Dallas Cowboys are on the road taking on the Detroit Lions. The Cowboys 6-5-1. Detroit is 7-5. Detroit is a 3-point favorite for this matchup. Kickoff is set for 8:15 with their sports headlines. I'm Carlos Medina.
I bet you don't like working with big companies, and I understand why. Because when you call them, you get put into automation chaos, and you just press 1 for this, and then you hit it, and you just press 4 for this, and then you're back, and oh, did you miss something? Gotta go back and listen to the whole thing again. It's just terrible. It's the worst. So instead of endless holds and transfers, no answers. Meanwhile, the siding on your house half torn off, you're left hanging in the balance. Hey, it's Tug for Southern Exteriors. The chaos, well, it stops by calling Southern. Every job gets its own dedicated project manager, not a sales rep, not a part-timer, one expert, one number from beginning to end, from start to finish. They know your project inside and out. They've been doing it for 10 plus years. Hands-on experience. They answer your call fast. You don't get to run around. You don't get automation. No getting bounced around from person to person. No digging for the right number. One project manager. Zero stress. Siding, roofing, gutters, windows, doors. Done right the first time at Southern Exteriors. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co.
Mike Patton, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and LaGrange just dropped their biggest Ram truck offer of the year. Right now, get 0% interest for 72 months on most models. That's 6 years of zero interest on the Ram truck you have wanted. And to make upgrading even easier, Mike Patton will make your first payment on any new or pre-owned vehicle. This year-end event is moving trucks fast. See inventory now at MikePattonAuto.com. Then get to LaGrange while you still can. Drive a little, save a lot with Mike Patton. MikePattonAuto.com.
On select in-stock models may not combine with all incentives. Contact dealer for details.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacies, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
An investment in your home is something that will pay off in the future, but it's something that you can enjoy right now. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. A beautiful new garage door, entry doors, and windows are an investment you can love every day, and they will increase your home's value, energy efficiency, and curb appeal. All Four Seasons, trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years, exceptional customer service, and high-quality work. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Are you looking for health insurance? Georgia's got you covered. Georgia Access is our state's marketplace where you can compare, apply, and enroll for health insurance plans that offer the best value for your needs. Open enrollment is happening now. Visit georgiaaccess.gov today and choose the plan that's right for you. I'm Insurance Commissioner John King, and I'm proud to bring you health insurance for Georgia by Georgia.
Hey guys and girls, if you're losing your hair and you're like me, you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that is Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair gave me my hairline back, and it's completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with a simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed atmosphere with the most experienced professionals. Tens of thousands, including me, have received Advanced Hair's breakthrough treatment, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one else in Atlanta can offer the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Fix hair loss today, starting with your free consultation. You're also going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. You want to make that call right now. 470-660-HAIR. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3.
Why no identification? Because the people that Democrats are going to rely on to get political power are not people who are going to readily have personal identification on them, especially if they happen to be in the country illegally.
Atlanta Talk Radio legends are only on Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10. Last segment of the show. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you supporting the Morning Extra the way you do. Great conversation with the Deputy Secretary of Transportation, Stephen Bradbury. And on Fox and Friends this morning, just saw a post from them. The CEO of Ford, who was a part of that Oval Office meeting yesterday, the one that we just talked about with the Deputy Secretary, said Ford's going to be able to launch new, less expensive vehicles in America because Trump is rolling back those crazy Biden regulations. Prices coming down, back to affordability. I mean, everybody wants things to be affordable. It doesn't matter what your persuasion is politically. I love seeing them be so aggressive about it.
We're talking about the availability and affordability of, let's say, something basic like a pickup truck. And when you have the Biden, the CAFE standards, the fuel standards, you weren't going to be able to market a vehicle that was aimed at the consumer who's looking to spend, let's say, $20,000, $25,000. They just don't exist. And so now, Ford's already talked about it. Toyota has one already in line that you will be able to purchase a work pickup truck, which actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's awesome.
For about $20,000.
Dude, the thing looks like almost like a military piece of equipment. a military truck.
It's not extravagant. It's
but
not
that's
gonna,
the beauty.
That's the beauty.
That's the beauty of it.
Got a truck for work.
So Top Gear. Do you remember that show? The three British guys that would take it around. So this was early 2000s. The Hilux's been around for decades. They took that thing and they demolished a building and dropped it on the truck, and it was still going around. This is kind of where it's got a little bit of a cult following.
Yeah, because it's so hard to beat up.
You can't stop those.
You can't stop it. It was like a Humvee or something. Yeah, it's amazing. Dude, I love it. I think it's great. I just think it's interesting that it was a blessing to have the deputy secretary on, and I've said it ad nauseum this morning. I'll say it again because it's you that they want to talk to. They came through us, but it's you that they want to talk to. We're just nothing but the.
They pretty much said, "Hey, where are the major markets, and who do we need to go to?" Yeah. And the word around DC is go over to them.
And we've gotten senators, people running for Senate, congressmen, people running for Congress. They will continue to be on this show because they want access to you. Now, if you're a person that is opposed to getting up off the couch.
Opposed to getting off the couch.
Maybe. Look, I like being a couch potato too. Don't get me wrong. But like yesterday, I went and worked out, man. I'm so sore from it today. And it's not because I'm super fit guy. I want to be in shape. I know it's better for me. And this is going to sound so corny. I know it is. And you're going to call me a Georgia football homer? Fine. I don't care. I've been living this, but Kirby Smart summed it up. If you run from hard, hard is going to find you. And that is the way I get when I need to go to the gym, because I don't ever love going to the gym. Going to work out with my buddy John now has turned into something that I've enjoyed. But prior to that, I didn't like it. I didn't want anything to do with it. And now, dude, it makes my day when I hear my son go, "Hey, I'm proud of you for getting in there, putting the work in."
I want to point out, because I love how Kirby Smart says it, and I think about it. For instance, hey, you got that issue going on with your car, and you just ignore it. Well, that's easy. Hard will find you.
Yes, because it's going to tear up. It's all the way broke down.
If you've chosen to live your life in, let's say, a sedentary lifestyle,
guilty.
Hard down the road will find you, whether it's the work or it's a health issue or something that comes along those lines. If you choose easy all the time, hard will show up.
Yep.
I think that we have a perfectly good example of this featuring Olivia Juliana. Now, Olivia Juliana, if you remember.
Oh, yes.
She is the
influencer, right?
She's of a fluffy persuasion. She's larger. I'm being kind about this.
I know you are. Oh, I know you are.
But I have like a theory. Why don't I ever say anything about people's beards? Like, for instance, Jeray's got a fantastic beard. Anybody says anything, I'd slap him. Like,
so nice and well maintained.
Very much so. But even if you don't, I still don't say anything. You know why? Because I can't grow a beard.
Right.
Like, it's impossible. I lost a bet one time to Buck Bellew like in 2018, and I looked ridiculous for like an entire month. Just patches. Just patches. That's all it was. There are certain things that I will not say a word about. Well, if you're Olivia Juliana, you should never say something about anyone's looks. Now, I get it. You come from a different time period. We're beautiful in all sizes. Baby girl, you didn't get the memo.
That's right.
Things have changed. In Trump's America, we're back to hot is hot.
And being healthy and doing something about your health is back in fashion.
So Sarah Gonzalez.
Hey now.
Sarah Gonzalez, attractive lady. She is the host of Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered. You can catch it on The Blaze. And she's just somebody who, very simply, she stirs the pot. You just know, don't go at Sarah Gonzalez. Sarah Gonzalez is going to call things out. Well, for some reason, Olivia Juliana decided, I'm going to take a comment from Sarah Gonzalez. I'm going to isolate her picture. I'm going to put it on my Twitter feed. I'm going to say, you have a really big ass forehead. That's what she posted.
Yeah.
About her.
Olivia.
All right. So there's you have a really big ass forehead. Well, Sarah Gonzalez, not to be outdone, said, you have a really big ass everything.
That's so great.
And at this point, that now has 4 million views.
Yeah.
And a rundown of one person after another basically saying, no.
Yeah.
Why don't I say anything about people who have beards? I can't grow a beard.
Yeah.
Clearly, you can't put down the fork. Don't ever go after Sarah Gonzalez. A forehead is a fork. You have a really big ass everything.
But I would say even Olivia could do something about it.
Sure.
She chooses not to do something about it. She chooses to do things. And look, I got no ill will against her, whatever. You do anything you want to do. and I'm trying to do better. I'm not casting stones necessarily. I'm just saying I chose to get up and do something. And I'm proud that I've chosen to get up and do something because I haven't for a long time.
One of the funniest memes I saw. So if you've ever seen the meme where it's a school bus and then gets hit by a train and it represents two different things.
Yeah.
It has the school bus. It says Thanksgiving dinner, and then the tray is just Olivia Giuliana's face on the train.
Boom. Well, let me tell you, I usually this is the first year that I think I really reeled it in, and because Thanksgiving it's easy to go in and just leave the room just stuffed, and I didn't for a first time, and I want to believe that it's because in the last 6 or 8 months I've been trending in the right direction. You do things differently when you're trying to do better. I'm not sure she's trying to do any better.
You have a really big ass everything.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, she tried. Her response to what had happened after the 2024 election is, I'm going to go on a tour of campuses. I'll go to A&M. I'll go to Texas. I'll go speak to young men. What did the fraternities tell her? No, thank you.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
You stay home.
Can you imagine being Olivia and go, you know what? I'm going to call out this. Really?
I'm going to go at Sarah Gonzalez.
Yeah, get out of here, dude. Get out of here. And they talk about Trump being ugly. He says awful things.
You have a really big ass forehead. Yeah. Well,
you got a big everything.
You got a big ass everything.
That will do it for us. Thank you so much for being here. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. Windows, doors, siding, roofing, gutters, 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. Tomorrow, you've made it. Tomorrow is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. We're going to have a great day, and we want you to be here and be a part of it. This is the Morning Extra for Los and Dre. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Support the advertisers and partners that share your values. Give our extra advertisers the first shot to earn your business. They will deliver for you every time and support the extra community like no one else. Connect with all of our partners online at extra1063.com.